Let me put my glasses. You see? How do I turn it? I'll turn it up. How do I turn it up?
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for introducing the panel session coordinator. Please, I believe I'm quite audible, and everyone here can hear me. Can I take off my mask? All right, thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure to moderate this session, and I am delighted to be here with 4 distinguished panelists who will be taking us through the sub-theme for this session, Arise Sleeping Giant, Unlocking Nigeria's Potential as an Investment Destination. First, to my left is Ms. Tinuade Awe. Her profile is at page 54 of the program for those who are attending in person. Well, very briefly, she is the Chief Executive Officer of NGX Regulation Position Limited, rather. She has held various leading roles in legal, regulatory, compliance, and governance. She has been responsible for providing effective leadership to ensure that the exchange carries out its regulatory activities in a legally compliant fashion. She'll be speaking to us from the point of view of a regulator, particularly in Nigeria's stock exchange. So please give Ms. Tinuade Awe a round of applause. To her immediate left is Mr. Chino Azubike, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer at Infra Credit. His short bio is at page 56 of the program brochure. But suffice it to say that he has over 15 years experience in corporate structured finance and debt capital market rules. He has a strong and practical know of domestic debt capital markets with a firm interest in market development. He'll be speaking to us from the point of view of credit attraction for the Nigerian investment and economic market. Please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Chinua Azubike. To Mr. Chinua's left is Dolapo Kukoi, partner at Detail Solicitors, where she leads the firm's energy, power, and infrastructure practice. She has extensive experience advising clients on a wide range of complex transactions. Her bio is at page 55 of the program brochure. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you.
She'll be speaking to us from the point of view of legislation, how legislative intervention can be crucial in unlocking Nigeria's potential as an investment destination. And finally, to my right is Fola Fagbuli, Senior Vice President, Africa Finance Corporation, where he currently serves as Head of Financial Advisory with overall responsibility for corporate finance advisory, M&As, capital raising, and other technical advisory assignments. He'll speak to us about investments, investment flows generally, and how Nigeria can be an investment destination in terms of critical economic infrastructure. Please give him a warm round of applause. Without further ado, I'll pose a few questions to Ms. Awe in opening this panel session. Ms. Awe, some of the untapped, underutilized sectors of Nigeria's economy include energy, ICT, and healthcare. These are critical for sustaining any economy. What do you think are the opportunities that can be maximized from these three key sectors and towards driving investments and contributing to the growth of the Nigerian economy?
Thank you very much, Rotimi. And I'd like to start by thanking the Nigerian Bar Association, the Lagos branch, for this opportunity to speak on this panel. The three sectors that you spoke about are actually key drivers of the economy. I think it's quite fortuitous that we're actually speaking about the energy sector today, because I think the impact of the energy sector is being felt by all of us in a very real way right now. The challenges that are in the energy sector. As I think we all know, the energy sector has oil, it has gas, it has electricity. The oil sector we've tapped quite significantly in Nigeria. The gas sector, where we've started in there, but certainly not to the extent that it is necessary to do, both from a sustainability perspective and from the perspective of harnessing the energy there. And then the electricity sector, we've been in the electricity sector for a long time, but we all know the challenges that are there. So as far as energy is concerned, there are a lot of challenges. And if you don't have appropriate energy, you really cannot fuel an economy. In the recent past, with all of these problems that we've had with electricity and folks having to resort to petrol or diesel, you can see the effect on the small businesses in particular. And in a country like this, where the small businesses, the MSMEs and SMEs are really the drivers of the economy, you can see that it's really necessary that we pay attention to electricity. I think some of the things as lawyers that we need to try and look at are, what exactly are the arrangements, the legal arrangements, with respect to the DISCOs, with respect to the GENCOs? There's a lot of accusations being traded back and forth in the press about these things. Is it that the arrangements are not capable of being properly articulated, or were they never properly articulated? Or why are we in this situation despite all what was done? Why do we have only 5 refineries? And why are the refineries not doing the work that they should do to the extent that they should do it, such that we are now having to import refined products? And we know a couple of weeks ago the challenges that we had around the importation of petrol that was bad in essence, and the effect that that had again on people's lives and on businesses. So these are things that we need to pay attention to if we truly want to unlock these sectors. First of all, the legal basis that underpin these sectors as far as energy is concerned. Now, if I move very quickly to ICT, ICT is a real game changer. It can help us to leapfrog from this third world developing economy that we've been for a long time into the first world. But we've got to harness it, and we've got to work together with those who are already in the sector. From a government and regulatory point of view, the sector is already moving. And so it's for the regulators and the government to figure out where they can join the sector. Not go and sit in a room and create create a structure that will not work for the sector, because that sector is not bound by national boundaries. And as we've seen, if we ourselves don't get up to support our companies, they will get support from elsewhere. And what you now see is them originally having a head start in Nigeria, but moving to San Francisco or moving to London, where there's a lot of support. Just on that again, I was speaking to somebody who had moved from Nigeria to another country, and the person was telling of the experience from a regulatory and government point of view, the interaction. Got into this other country and got a letter from, let's say the name of the entity, the regulator is the Better Business Bureau, for that country's Better Business Bureau, of all the things that the government was going to do to support. And the person was now comparing when the company was here. I would hear from the local government about the signage. I will hear from the tax people, as if, I felt I was in business to be regulated, as opposed to being in business to do business and make money. And so the attitude of regulators, especially in the ICT space, must change. We've got to work with them. I think things like the startup bill are a start, but they are a start. The health sector, we saw it with Corona. If we were ever in doubt about the fact that the health sector was not where it needed to be, I think that pandemic showed us that we were not there. And there's a whole value chain that I think people see the hospitals and the clinics, but they're the diagnostic centers, which really I think came to the forefront during the Corona pandemic. There was also the pharmacies, the whole drug chain as well. It's a question of how do you ensure, as a regulator, for example, like NAFDAC, that you are not in the way and that your regulations are enabling. Finally, I think we, as professionals, since I'm speaking to legal professionals, we need to stop to resist the urge to exploit the inefficiencies in the system. We ourselves are guilty of exploiting inefficiencies and not being as diligent as we should be in our interactions with some of these governmental agencies, because we know that there are inefficiencies there, and we build those inefficiencies into our provision of service, while the client, the end user, the investor, whoever they may be, is there suffering the fact that we are exploiting the inefficiency and the fact that the inefficiency is there at all. In a country where a 2018 Bureau of Statistics report says that the healthcare industry is worth like 5 billion, in that same country, about 1 billion is spent on 4 million medical trips abroad. So clearly, if the worth in the country is 5 billion, and you're spending 1 billion to go abroad for 4 million medical treatments, there's a room for expansion within the country, if we can get it right. And how do we get it right? The enabling legislation and the lack of multiple regulation as well. So one-stop regulation, licensing, one-stop licensing, I think is very critical. Other countries have done this thing. We just need to copy and copy well, localize. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Awe. Very briefly, in say 2 minutes, can you tell us how, as CEO of a regulatory entity in the capital market, the Nigerian Exchange Group supports and drives investment by international and local investors in these 3 critical sectors that you have just discussed?
So the 3 critical sectors, I have to say, are not as well represented on the exchange as we would like them to be. In many countries, an exchange is a barometer of the economy. You see the economy represented on the exchange. There are many reasons for that, some of them private and a lot of them public. Notwithstanding that, we do have a number of companies that raise money on the exchange. So recently, if you're talking about the ICT space, we're all aware of the MTN, the PO that use technology to raise, the use of technology, buy a technology in raising a significant amount of money, and even raising, a real more than they had expected to raise, and having to do the rationing of the interest. We also have a number of healthcare companies listed on the exchange. In the energy sector, we have a number of oil companies, at least we have Seplat. We also have a power company that has listed a bond, a green bond. And I think something that I didn't say while I was speaking, one of the ways that we can also leapfrog ESG factors are really critical in the investment community in Nigeria, but growing in Nigeria, but really, really impactful abroad. And I think that's an area that people can look at if one wants to raise capital. Do you want to raise a green bond? Do you want to raise other types of green or sustainable capital? People are talking of gender bonds. There are all sorts of things, social bonds. There are all sorts of ways in which you can raise capital in these areas as well. And of course, the exchange remains open to do that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Awe. I'll move to Chinua Azubike. Ms. Awe has spoken about 3 critical sectors that we need to unlock Nigeria's potential. My question to you now would be, can Nigeria really be the investment destination of choice in Africa? And apart from these 3 sectors, what to your mind would be the attractive sectors or opportunities?
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank the MBA for the opportunity. So absolutely, I think I'll start by maybe providing a bit of context, what we do at InfraCredit. So Infrastructure Credit Guarantee, we were established 5 years ago with a mandate to promote long-term local currency financing for infrastructure. InfraCredit provides guarantees to enable infrastructure companies to issue long-term debt instruments and be able to raise funding from domestic institutional investors like the local pension funds, the insurance companies, and other asset managers. We're backed by the Sovereign Wealth Fund, Africa Finance Corporation, the Africa Development Bank, KFW, and also Garanco and another UK partner, and AFDB. Now, over the past 5 years, again, back to our mandate, if you observe the opportunity, so, when you look at Nigeria, despite all the challenges we face today, the size of the economy, the size of the population, and also the fact that we actually have a fairly developed debt capital market presents a unique opportunity to leverage the market, to allocate more funding to the sectors that require this financing. And infrastructure obviously plays a very critical role because of the impact, the multiplier impact it has in job creation and also supporting local economic growth. To date, we've supported a couple of sectors, and maybe I'll use those sectors as examples. One is the energy sector. We've enabled companies, both on-grid and off-grid, to raise up to 10-year financing with our guarantees. We're rated AAA in local currency. That's essentially the same rating with the federal government. And as a result of that, when we provide these guarantees, institutional investors like pension funds are more comfortable to allocate funding that otherwise they may not have invested in these projects. Now, enabling companies private companies, or I'll say corporate entities, to access 10-year financing, 15-year financing, fixed-rate borrowing that otherwise they can't get from the banking sector is quite significant. And when you look at the market that they're accessing, look at the demographics, right? We're a very youthful population. And that also means that when you look at the pool of savings in the pension scheme, the contribution, it grows at about 15% per annum. Currently sized about 14 trillion. Now, 35% of the assets under management can be allocated as domestic credit to the private sector, through lending from that market. Now, how are we able to unlock a lot more of that funding to address the deficit that we struggle with? So what we've experienced is that the market does have capacity, right, to absorb this type of credit. We recently supported an industrial zone, special economic zone, the Lagos Free Zone last year. They raised about 20-year financing. Now, this is a corporate entity accessing long-term financing up to 20 years fixed rate. It's unprecedented, but it's possible. And then also you look at the transportation and logistics sector. It contributes about 1.6% of GDP, but we all know that the lifeblood of every economy is transport. Every good requires transport and logistics. So energy, transport, logistics, agriculture, we're not there yet, but we're looking at that sector. The digital infrastructure, which Tino has talked about, is also key. Housing remains a very attractive asset class, but we need to look at some of the innovations that needs to come into the way we understand access to credit for home loans, as it were. So, so there is significant opportunity, and I look at this simply speaking from mobilizing local capital. So there is FDI, which is low, but how much are we doing in mobilizing local financing that is available, savings into projects that require this capital to scale? And therefore, these sectors have significant impact, especially where we look at how more private sector development or private sector-led development can be accelerated. So when you compare Nigeria's stock market to GDP, I think it's less than 15%, to a country like Malaysia, that I think the private debt securities market to GDP is over 100%, right? You see that it is not impossible for us to achieve that. The question is, what is the ease of doing business, and what does it take for a company to raise capital, right? What are the channels through which a company can actually raise this financing? Whether you want to raise private financing or public financing, what kind of instruments exist today? We see them, but how is the regulator also creating that efficiency? Using, I would say, in my opinion, I think when we look at exchanges like the NGX and other similar exchanges that are self-regulatory institutions, we need to see more delegated authority that enables them to play a more active role in coordinating the market and attracting more capital. So I think to the question you asked, these sectors are essentially very critical and have significant impact to drive more jobs. There are already examples in our experience where we've enabled financing for these sectors. Total amount that we've supported is over close to 90 billion naira in funding from local pension funds. What we're looking at is 35% of that amount, which is essentially close to about $10 billion naira equivalent, that can be allocated. Now, it's really understanding the mechanism that can accelerate more financing. And obviously, lawyers have a very important role to play as intermediaries, because for every issue that happens, you understand the role lawyers play in documentation and other requirements. So I think the opportunity sits to the extent that we have these examples. To scale that up obviously requires some more strategic approach rather than having the same conversations every year. I think we need to identify these pillars that we can really drive.
All right, thank you. Thank you. You spoke about financing, 10-year financing, 20-year financing. I want you to focus a bit on PPPs. Many believe that Nigeria is not ripe for PPP yet, and that many of our PPP initiatives may be considered as a waste of resources. Yet, on the flip side, government cannot afford to breach the gaps that exist, perhaps in infrastructure and other sectors. What are your thoughts on these? Very briefly, 2-3 minutes.
So, I believe PPP is a very critical tool to unlocking more private participation in funding infrastructure and investments generally. And I think we already see private public partnerships already happening. What I think PPPs really need to address is the risk allocation between private sector and public sector. And the frameworks that are put in place should ensure more fair allocation of risks that can attract private sector to participate. We already see, and there's no, hard, fast rule as to how you define PPP per se. Yes, laws need to be put in place, frameworks need to be put in place, but I think more importantly is the intent behind these frameworks and the laws. So, and low-hanging fruits can simply be looking at some of the efforts being made by the existing government that can be leveraged. Rail networks, roads, for example, the tax incentive for the road network. Recently, we have, some of these initiatives being put in place that can now be leveraged upon. So a simple example is in India, they came up with a container rail policy where they licensed operators to use the existing rail tracks. That has significant impact in supporting logistics and transportation and also driving the economy. So PPPs can work. The approach obviously needs to be flexible, but it's really around how we allocate risk between public and private sector.
All right, thank you very much, Chinua. I'll turn to Fola now. Infrastructure is a key enabler of investment and a major driver of investment flows globally. How is Nigeria doing as an investment destination in terms of critical economic infrastructure?
I hope you can hear me clearly. So infrastructure is what we do at Africa Finance Corporation, where I work. And we're working in about 30 odd African countries, financing infrastructure projects, investing in infrastructure projects, and that includes everything from roads, bridges, power plants, heavy industrial assets. I hope you can hear me clearly. Heavy industrial assets, oil and gas projects, mining assets, airports, seaports, large transport infrastructure. So we have a bit of context in terms of how infrastructure as an investment is doing across the continent, and I can bring that perspective to what's happening in Nigeria as well. As Rotimi says, infrastructure is a key enabler of a positive investment environment, where you have roads that work, where you have electricity, where you have highly efficient seaports, where you have a good airport. You are more likely to see businesses developing, you are more likely to see an attractive environment for business. And I think we can all agree that infrastructure is one area where Nigeria has struggled significantly. But at the same time, in addition to being an important enabler of investment, infrastructure itself is an investment opportunity. And many countries of the world have achieved significant amount of developmental impact by focusing on infrastructure itself as an investment asset class, right all the way from the development of the United States itself as a country. A lot of their early investments were in infrastructure, in railroads, in roads, in bridges, in canals, in turnpikes, and things of that nature. And the situation is no different in the modern economies of Africa. The first thing to say is that Nigeria has actually not done terribly in terms of being an attractive destination for infrastructure investment on the continent. If you look back the last 10 years, including all the challenges that we've had in the world. Originally, you had the global economic crisis, and then you had the COVID pandemic, and then now we're dealing with the crisis in Europe with the Russia-Ukraine situation. Taking all of that into context, Nigeria is still one of the top 10 destinations for particularly foreign direct investment into Africa in the last 10 years, alongside, major destinations like Egypt, like South Africa, like Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya. Nigeria ranks high up there. Nigeria has also seen a lot of investment in infrastructure in particular, in railroads, in airports. I mean, the president is in Lagos today and he's inaugurating a new airport terminal in Lagos. He's inaugurating the Dangote fertilizer plant down in Lekki. These are all projects that have come up in the last 10 years, and there are many others like that. But the question is, are we doing enough, even with what has been done? And I think the answer is a clear no. If you think about the massive opportunity that Nigeria is, and if you think about the deficit that we continue to have in terms of the quality and the availability of infrastructure in the country, in terms of the areas where other African countries are doing much better than us. If you look at telecoms infrastructure, if you look at energy infrastructure, if you look at transportation infrastructure, significant volumes of capital that are flowing in that direction. Nigeria needs to be doing a lot more to attract cash ourselves into those areas. And I'm happy to talk about some of the things that we need to be doing and we can be doing to improve our positioning. But to summarize, yes, infrastructure is an important enabler of investment in a country. Nigeria has not done badly in terms of attracting infrastructure investment in the last 10 years, particularly foreign direct investment. A lot of it has been state-backed, where you have the government borrowing on its own balance sheet and then investing in the infrastructure as opposed to being private sector driven. But nonetheless, the infrastructure has been built. We also have significant private infrastructure projects, like, again, the massive Dangote complex that is going on at the moment, amongst others. But there's still a lot that can be done, and I'm happy to talk about some of those things.
Thank you very much, Fola. You've told us where we rank, I mean, somewhere in Africa, and you've said that we're not doing too bad as a country. Please tell us what we can do to even improve our competitiveness in the African continent.
Yeah, so I think the obvious area for improvement for Nigeria is an attractive private infrastructure investment inflows, as opposed to this always being done on the back of the government's balance sheet. And a good metric to use in assessing that is particularly foreign private investment capital. Chino has talked about the domestic private market opportunity. But there's also a global, it's a multi-trillion-dollar global infrastructure investment opportunity that exists, that is looking for assets and places to put capital. And there's no reason why Nigeria should not be a leading destination for that. And this is one area where Nigeria has done very poorly. I mean, if you look at foreign direct investment as a percentage of GDP, for example, we are something like 0.2% in Nigeria for 2020, even worse in 2021. In the entire 2020, I think we attracted just about $1 billion of foreign direct investment into Nigeria. Last year it was $680 million or something like that. It's really abysmal for a country the size of Nigeria. To put that into context, AFC alone made $1 billion in investments in infrastructure across Africa last year. So for Nigeria as a country to have attracted less than $1 billion, that's abysmal. And what do we need to do to improve that performance? One thing is the macroeconomic situation. A significant reason for Nigeria's poor performance has been macroeconomic instability. So where you have a situation where the currency is unpredictable, it's not even about the fact that devaluation happens. Currencies devalue all over the world, but they devalue after a relatively stable and predictable pattern. What you've had is a very violent and unpredictable behavior of the currency, where you have government regulations that move in different directions. One day it's this, the other day is that. when you have inflation being as high as it is, which is a significant hindrance to capital formation in any country, when inflation levels are at 15, 16%, it's almost impossible for domestic capital to form in an environment with such high inflation rates. And when you have some of the other challenges around insecurity in particular that we've had in Nigeria, it becomes very difficult for you to be a credible destination for foreign direct investment. So in reality, I do think that what we need to do in Nigeria is a huge challenge, but at the same time, it's very simple things that are known. It's about organizing ourselves better. It's about improving our macroeconomic performance and macroeconomic stability, bringing inflation down, getting our currency to be much more stable and much more predictable, getting the government to be less sort of up and down in terms of its regulatory behavior, to be very, very predictable, very well understood. And we've achieved this before in Nigeria. If you look at a lot of the macroeconomic indices and the regulatory environment in the late 2000s, so in the early 2000s, all the way into the mid-2000s in Nigeria, where a significant amount of reforms happened in pensions and banking and what have you. Nigeria has projected to the world in the past a very stable, confident, and easy to understand macroeconomic picture. And we can do that again, and that's absolutely what we need to do. And it's about organization of how we set our country up. It's about making the right decisions at the right time. It's about avoiding some wrong decisions and not doing those things. And if we do that, I do think that it's a wide open opportunity for Nigeria, because the capital exists globally and it is interested in financing the things that we need to build in Nigeria: roads, bridges, power plants, heavy industrial assets, seaports. Everything needs to be built, and the opportunity is there.
Thank you very much, Fola. Dolapo, as a practitioner, I mean, what I've heard across the panel today is that there is opportunity, there's potential for investment, for Nigeria to be attractive as an investment destination in Africa. And compared with other countries on the continent, we are not doing too badly, but there's massive room for improvement. As a practitioner, can untapped and dormant sectors, some of these that we have spoken about here, can some of these untapped and dormant sectors of the economy be exploited or revived by way of legislative action or consistency in policy making?
Thanks so much, Rotimi, and good morning, everyone. Really glad to be here, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm happy that I spoke last, because I think I will be speaking the minds of a lot of us in this room, so I'm speaking from the constituency of most of the people that are here. Although we have a number of lawyers sitting at this side as well, and some of them who have become, regulators and financiers, like Isawe and Chinua. That said, I will be speaking from the practitioner's angle, and I was saying to Mr. Aaron, we're speaking before the session started, that this is one of the most painful things I think about every day as I sit at my desk. Why Nigeria can't rise beyond what we see is a lot of potential. And I think that Fola was really, really spot on a number of the things he said, before he closed on his opening. Just a few things, and I'll start with talking about what it's been from the client experience, just answering your question, as in how legislative action can actually help. I think that I've had a fair experience of seeing what Nigerian law looks like and what laws in other African countries look like. And I would say that Nigeria has very good set of laws, most times. Generally, if you look at Our laws are investment friendly, generally. We don't have laws that stifle investment. And if you're looking at sectors like energy, for example, we have one of the best laws. I don't think it's in just the legislative action. Where we have issues is beyond the legislative action, even though legislation can always be better. It's in more implementation and enforcement. And as on the practitioner side, how has this affected us? You oftentimes, even when there's a law and something is very clear in the law, must always tell your clients that there's a caveat. You must always tell them that, oh, even though this is what the law says, this is how it actually happens. And I'm sure that a lot of lawyers in this room can understand what I'm saying. And I'll give you an example. Fola talked about, foreign exchange. And I'll talk about repatriating foreign exchange. Our laws clearly show that any foreigner can come into this country, bring in capital, and export that capital. It's clear in the law. However, if you tell a client that and tell them, go to the bank, go to sleep based on that, you'd have given bad advice. Because there's a process for repatriating. And that process for repatriating, even though it exists, doesn't necessarily mean that it totally works. Because there is that scarcity. So that's just one example to give. I think that one of the things that would incentivize more investment is for investors to see clarity, to understand how things really work. Let it be clear. It's oftentimes confusing that even we who are the custodians of the law, if I could put it that way, sometimes know that something happened, that this is the position today. By tomorrow, you may not be sure of the position. We can't keep having key regulators, and I will not mention it, but we can't keep having key regulators who wake up every morning and decide that this is how things that are very, very vital to our macroeconomics will work. It's also very stifling for new areas of, new areas. We're talking about things like ICT. We are talking about our knowledge economy, which includes people in the technology space. A lot of us know what has happened in the last, 6 to 9 months about the Twitter ban and the aftermath of the Twitter ban. We can't afford to always send conflicting signals, to investors and to people, and whether local or foreign, about how business operates in Nigeria. They can't always think that you never know what will happen the next morning. And this is not only on the federal level. This is everywhere. I remember one time in Lagos, I think this was last year or 2 years ago, when we had a lot of bike hailing, or what I call them, companies, and one day they were banned. Things like that. Not like there was no law, but there's a lot of discretion. There's a lot of discretionary power that happens that makes a lot of investors skittish. And money follows the path that flows well, not where there are obstacles. The other thing I'll talk about is, our systems for permits and licenses. How that works. Again, is talking about still implementation. We've done a good job, to be honest, somewhat a good job in enabling technology in a lot of our agencies. But that said, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And that's another pinpoint for business people. They need to be able to know that if they're going to get a permit or they're going to do a search somewhere, this is the amount of time it takes, and there are no other issues to do with it, particularly when you've enabled it by technology. But what we have is, we have enablement by technology, and then we still have human angles. You can go to some agencies and they'll tell you, which one do you want to follow? Do you want to follow the computer one? If you want to follow the computer, be telling the computer. You hear things like that. I think and this is where we, as lawyers, come in, because a lot of us in this room are going to be the people who are going to lead some of these agencies. And we have to make very bold decisions. There's a lot to do with it. There are a lot of the parts of the sectors that we need to make technology enabled, to enable some of the deals that Chinua was talking about, and some of the deals that Fola is talking about. You won't imagine that something that could kill a transaction such as Chinua's could be taking security, where he's not able to take security on assets, because you can't register the asset in the lands registry. Even though it appears to be kind of like the smallest part of the deal, it can totally kill the deal, because if Chinua can't take, or the lenders he's supporting can't take security over it because, you know, it's not enabled. The lands registry, you have both human and computer in conflict. Then he has a problem. He can't bring in the money that he needs to bring in. So I'd say that enablement of technology in our enforcement, in our filing, in our permits is really, really key. And if we want to make ourselves an investment location, you know, it's something that we need to continue to improve. We've started, we've been doing some work, CAC, you know, I know a lot of you know about what happens with business permits. Once we have a new minister, no business permit for 12 months. And they tell us things like the minister is getting acquainted with his office. And meanwhile, he has people who have been there for many years. But I'm just saying, and not to put aspersions on any minister, but these are some of the things that we can't continue to tell our clients is the reason why they can't get the permits they need. I'll just say a few things about on the government part. So I've talked about generally about, you know, some of the issues, but just some, would I say some suggestions from government? I don't know if you have another question for me, or I can just go ahead.
No, you can go ahead, please.
Okay. Just a few things that are very key to us being an investment destination, because we continue to peddle our population. We continue to peddle the fact that, you know, we are, you know, over 200 million people. You can't miss this destination. But money is going away. Money is going away. And we have to make certain decisions. One is that government needs to decide that it needs to be an enabler, not a stifler. You know, we need to be government needs to be a facilitator of business. We need to have less policy somersaults. There needs to be less rent seeking rather than, you know, facilitating, where you find that businesses are just inundated with different taxes. Different things. You do federal, you do state, you do local government, you know. There needs to be a holistic, the whole chain, every part of government, where you see that agriculture is important. Let's support agriculture throughout. State government, let's follow the policy. I'll stop here because otherwise I'll talk tomorrow, but it's a very painful issue, and there's so much more that we can do as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dolapo. Thank you to all our distinguished panelists for just steering us in the direction that begins to open our consciousness and our thinking to some of the issues that we're talking about. The issues are quite much, and the limited time that we have to speak to these issues will not do us justice. I don't know if there is room for questions from the audience. I've been the one asking all the questions all along, so it would be nice to have some audience participation by way of questions, such as there may be. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Professor Abiola Soni, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I teach in Faculty of Law, University of Lagos. I want Dolapo to further interrogate the gulf between theory and practice of repatriation of capital and profit. It looks good when you read it in the statute books. No restriction whatsoever. So what are the practical pre- and post-application and approval for capital exportation that young lawyers should know? Because whatever you tell those who require foreign advice, they know it is not as easy as it seems. And they have information on the bureaucratic bottlenecks and even corruption that straddle the entire process. So from your practical experience, can you please elaborate more on this, especially in terms of managing expectation on timeline? Thank you.
All right, that question is for Dolapo, I believe. Do we have any other questions? I'd like to collate the questions and then, is there only just one other person with a question? Okay, please.
Good morning, panel. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Olga Okeulon, and I'm an associate in Banwa Nigodalo. My question is really to the entire panel, but mostly to Mrs. Awe. Thank you so much for your submission. I'm very curious because you mentioned that it would be good to consider having a one-stop regulation center where people can get a collation of information on, how to deal with agencies, just so that it facilitates ease of doing business. And so reading into what Mrs. Kukoyi said, what exactly do you suggest that we as lawyers do, especially when approaching regulators who present themselves as bottlenecks? So for instance, if you have a regulator who, despite what is stated in the law, has determined to do things a certain way, and in the spirit of not trying to enforce the negativity that exists in the system, you now have clients who suffer on the other hand. So until we get to that point where we achieve is a balanced system that works, what would you suggest that lawyers of today do in order to ensure that they do not facilitate today's seemingly bad system and also encourage tomorrow's system, which we are currently working towards? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We'll take those two questions first, and if we still have time for more, then we'll take those questions. Dolapo, please.
Thank you, sir, for your question. So, elucidating more on capital repatriation. So, everything that the laws and the regulations say is correct, which is that you can repatriate. It is now practically what happens. So, even the laws and regulations say that you need to get an authorized dealer, if you're advising your client, in order to be able to repatriate capital, needs to ensure that, they get what is called the certificate of capital importation from the authorized dealer, which is a bank. So you do all that, fill all the forms. Of course, you need to, so speaking to a young lawyer now, there are requirements by banks, and you need to find out what those requirements are because they could change. So not only just looking at what the laws and regulations say, it's always good to call a bank, ask a bank, what their requirements are, get those requirements. But what are the issues and what are the caveats you must give your client? One is that the fact that you brought in that capital doesn't mean that you take it out at lightning speed and at any time that you like, because oftentimes there is not enough. There is not enough. That's what we hear, that there's not enough, foreign exchange in the system. So you have to kind of wait on a queue. And then, we have a lot of clients who find out that they brought in foreign exchange, they are making money in Nigeria, which means that the services that they're providing, whatever is paid in Nigeria, but their shareholders need to get those funds out. And what often happens is that those funds just stay in bank accounts here in Nigeria, because it could take up to 2 years or more than a year to even get your money out, and you may not even get all of it out. So sometimes what they do is that they use it for their Nigerian operations here. So those are some of the things that you need to warn about, or the caveats you need to give. That if you do need to take it out, if you go through the CCI route, you are not assured about when you will take the money out. However, if you are going through other routes, which is a combination of parallel market, NIFEX plus parallel market plus premium plus this, then you may not be taking it out at the rates that you envisage. You would have taken it out on that CCI. It's basically, it comes, one, with experience, but also with exposure and asking a lot of questions before you advise your clients. And it is also always helpful that if you are a very young lawyer, you find out from people who've done it before. So that's what I'd say. And the fact is that things change every day. I mean, 3 or 4 months before, we had on transactions a platform that we could use as, in agreements and say that this is the rate of exchange. Now we have none. And you cannot imagine what that single thing has done on transactions. I mean, even for us as lawyers, where our clients tell us, I can't just say parallel markets in an agreement. Even for your fees, I can't just say parallel markets. I have to be referring to a verifiable platform, a verifiable source. So these are some of the things that we are dealing with. Thank you.
Thank
I
you
hope
very
I've
much.
answered your question, sir.
Thank you very much, Dolapo. Ms. Awe, the question on the one-stop regulatory agency you spoke about.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. So, in my view of the world, I think it's kind of along the lines that Dolapo was talking about, where if you're taking a sector, so you say, for example, the agricultural sector, or you're taking the creative sector, Nollywood and music and all of that, you then create an agency or an amalgamation of agencies that are working together. And it will require a certain level of collaboration, as well as a certain level of realizing that your tough is not your tough. Your tough is not important if the economy is not benefiting. So there's no point you're being the regulator of this small space and you're doing whatever you want to do in that small space, but you don't care how the folks who are using the regulatory services that you are providing are able to jump through other hoops to get their business done. And I think that's one of the greatest problems. It's an attitudinal problem. And it's not only because the people who are in the regulatory institutions, they're Nigerians. They're not, so it's an attitudinal problem that we have as Nigerians. And I think that as lawyers, one of the things that I work with a regulated entity as well. And then we also have, because we service a market, have contacts with all the regulators of the entities that are involved in that market. And one thing that you find is, as lawyers and as anybody that has to deal with regulators, the regulatory engagement, you can never be tired of regulatory engagement. And that engagement, in my own view, should come at all levels. So regulatory engagement doesn't mean things like, bribing or sending people off for seminars, unless, of course, it's part of a capacity building initiative that you have across to achieve a particular purpose. That's a different kind of thing. But it requires a lot of engagement at different levels within your firm. So who are the first year and junior associates? Who are their contacts within the regulator that you are interested in? Who are the contacts of the mid-levels? Who are the contacts of the senior associates? And who are the contacts of the partners? You really have to engage through the entire rank. You also need to understand there's a certain opacity that is deliberate, in my view. So one of the tasks of a lawyer, unfortunately, is you need to understand the way that their processes work. So if, for example, there's a regulator that usually does their directives via circulars, how do those circulars get created? As a lawyer, if you are in that sector, you cannot not know how the circulars get created. It's an additional bit of work, but that's the value add between yourself and another lawyer, in that you know that this is the department that interacts with this department, and then there's a committee, there's a management committee, who are the people on that management committee. So working with regulators in Nigeria requires a level of engagement that I'm not sure is required. In fact, I know, because I used to practice in the US, for example, does not require that same level of engagement. But I know here you need that level of engagement. And if you are working in regulated sectors, you work at your own peril if you don't have that regular level of engagement on a regular basis. And it's not bribing. It's just basically ensuring that you engage and you get to know and you don't take no for an answer. And it cannot be only when you have a transaction. And so that's why a lot of businesses have regulatory relations departments or government relations departments that sometimes have a bad rap because people assume that, oh, there's something funny going on in there. And I'm here to say it doesn't have to be something funny. It can just be engagement and insisting that we need to, just as you do client engagements, do regulatory engagements as well. With the point I made about one stop, I think it's still a far way away because we still think we're very tough-minded. But we will get regulators as we continue to engage with the political process. And so it's a long story that is beyond this panel, how you get the kind of regulators that you want. It's an engagement with the political process that ensures that the political process selects the appropriate people. We've seen, for example, Yewande Sadiko at the NIPC. We saw what she did there. So it is possible, but it's hard.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Awe. I would have a little more time to take perhaps one question, if we did, from our virtual participants, but time is really, really, really far gone. On behalf of these distinguished panelists, I'd say thank you for having us, and thank you to everyone who has made this session a huge success. I'm sure Yewande would wrap up with her vote of thanks.
A very big round of applause for our distinguished panelists. Thank you very much for setting the tone for today's discussions. I think we would all have loved this discussion to continue, but I guess we will continue in other sessions. Thank you so much for sharing your morning with us. A group photograph will be taken next with the executive committee of the MBA Lagos branch, as well as members of the planning committee for the MBA Law Week 2022 that are in the room. Please come upstairs for a group photograph. Thank you very much. May I please ask the speakers to just stay back for their own group photograph? Just the speakers, please. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them as they leave. Thank you. Our next panel session will be taking off from where we started, and that panel will be exploring the new provisions of the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020 in relation to company rescue, and the topic that they will be exploring is giving life to the business rescue intent of CAMA 2020 under the present legal order, implementation challenges. To anchor the panel session is Mr. Ayo Akintunde, SAN, founding partner Ayo Akintunde & Co. Please give him a round of applause. Our panelists for today, two of them will be joining us remotely. I believe they're already online, and they will be screened on the... Sorry, give me a second. Our panelists today, we have Dr. Anthony Idigbe, SAN. Please come up to the stage, sir. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Also, Professor Godwin Oyedokun, Professor of Management and Accounting, Lead City University from Ibadan. Please, a round of applause for Professor Oyedokun. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. The last panelist is joining us remotely, and is Honorable Justice Dr. Nnamdi Dimgba from the Federal High Court, Oka Division. He's joining remotely, and he'll be screened online shortly. A round of applause for our distinguished panelists as they come on stage. Thank you very much. This panel session will run for 1 hour, 45 minutes for the actual discussions, and 15 minutes for questions. We have online participants who are joining us via Zoom, and they would also be dropping their questions remotely, and we'll make that available to the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A very good morning to this distinguished audience. I recognize the chairman of the MBA Lagos branch and the chairman of the planning committee, as well as members of the conference planning committee. And I thank you for this opportunity to moderate this session. As the master of ceremony has said, the topic for this session is giving life to the business rescue intent of CAMA 2020 under the present legal order, implementation challenges. As we are well aware, on the 7th of August 2020, the President gave his assent to the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020. And a look at that legislation, one will see that it is one of the significant business legislations that have been enacted in the last 30 years. And why so? Because in that legislation, there are quite a number of transformational and reformative provisions in respect of operating business in Nigeria. And one of the significant portions of that legislation was provisions relating to business rescue. I'm happy that this panel is is on the back of the last panel when we're talking about investments. We must recognize and realize that even when we have investments, when companies are thriving, companies can also fall sick. Companies can have ill health. And this panel, I have a distinguished panel here that will examine carefully the provisions in CAMA 2020 relating to business rescue and the implementation challenges. On my right, I have the distinguished pleasure of introducing Professor Godwin Oyedokun, who is a professor of management and accounting. He is currently a professor of management and accounting in the Department of Management and Accounting of Leeds City University, Ibadan. He's also a visiting professor of forensic accounting and finance at Charisma University, Talks, and Caicos Island, West Indies. He's also currently a faculty member for the supervision of postgraduate students at the University of South Africa, UNISA. And he is a revered intellectual who has presented numerous technical and seminar papers at several and local international conferences. He will be speaking to us this morning and giving us a general overview of the business rescue provisions and mechanisms that are currently in CAMA 2020 and giving us some recommendations and suggestions as to how to implement those provisions. Also participating in this session is our distinguished Chief Dr. Anthony Idigbe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Senior Partner, PUNUKA. Dr. Anthony Idigbe, SAN, is the President of PUNUKA Consulting, Incorporated, in Canada, and a Senior Partner at PUNUKA Attorneys and Solicitors, a full-service law practice with offices in Lagos, Abuja, and Asaba, Nigeria. He also has the distinguished honor of being a past president of the Business Recovery and Insolvency Practitioners Association of Nigeria. He has been involved in various insolvency and commercial arbitrations, including ICC arbitrations in the capacity of chairman, member, counsel, and party representative. Dr. Idigbe SAN holds a GPLLM postgraduate degree from the University of Toronto, 2015, LLM from Robert Godson University, Aberdeen, Scotland, and many other degrees. He's licensed to practice both in Nigeria and Canada. He will be speaking to us from the perspective of a practitioner, the challenges that we as practitioners have in the implementation of these business rescue provisions in CAMA 2020. Our third panelist, Justice Dimba, unfortunately will not be able to join us because he's having he had some challenges with traveling from Accra to Lagos today. So he has asked Chief Anthony Idigbe to speak to some of the points that he had wanted to address us this morning. So Chief Anthony Idigbe will deal with that. So right away now, I will invite to the podium Professor Godwin Oyedokun to give us an overview of the business rescue provisions in CAMA 2020. Prof.
Yeah, thank you. We are still in the morning, and I like us to just put some smiles so that we are not too serious about this issue of Law Week and traffic in Lagos. Your Excellency is the chairman of our panel and the president of my association, Dr. Dingba. Thank you for coming, and my doctor of ASR. Permit me to quickly give honor to the executive of this Lagos branch of MBA, and also permit me to recognize one of my bosses, one of my mentors, Professor Abiola Soni, SAN, for giving some of us life when it comes to the name we bear. I'll quickly be introducing us to what you know best, what you do better than some of us. However, just to call your attention to that or those aspects of the law you know better, but that has to do with what we accountants mostly relate with, and that is going to come in form of a topic called Giving Life to Business Rescue Intent of CAMA 2020. Okay, all the questions that has to do with law session, back to them here. Just allow me to just do my own, but when it comes to the question as to why session 1 is session 2, subsession, those that God has destined to be doing that will be doing that for us. Okay, so basically, one funny aspect of accountancy that some of us are very familiar with is that we serve the role of the beginner and the ender. Permit that English. What is it? That when you want to form a company, you need an accountant, and when you want to bury the company, you also need an accountant. Of course, the work of accountant will not be completed if you don't have those that are learned in form of lawyer that we have today. And that's why when it comes to the issue of whether or not to bury a healing company is a matter of what in the past 3 decades we've been agitating for, where presently the CAMA 2020 has come to field in terms of gap. Within the space of time that I have, I'll be relating with us these 3-4 points within that short of time. But I want us to note one thing today, that we've been waiting for this, and we have it now. Okay? In accounting, we have what we call business entity, which is also very, very familiar when it comes to the issue of law, and the case of Solomon versus Solomon is very apt. However, the issue of going concern is very, very important, and that is why when we prepare financial statements, as an accountant, we prepare financial statements with the intent that the company will continue in life for a foreseeable future. Okay, so why the issue of insolvency and the likes will create problem for a company, then we look at, okay, can we liquidate? And all razzmatazz that follow it will also be part of what you know. However, accountant will not be quick to bury the company because of our knowledge of liquidation, packaging the accounts, and fulfilling all righteousness. And that is why the issue of rescue in form of all this provision of CAMA that we have, okay? Now, rescue will come because of the provisions that we have in CAMA, and we have been able to know that CAMA 2020 can be described as that significant business-related legislation in Nigeria in the last 3 decades, like I said the other time, and it contains changes to Nigerian insolvency legal system to the extent that its philosophy can be related to what we are relating to the fact that if we can make effort and explore, I don't want to say loopholes in law, provision of law, we could bring back a company that is destined to die, and artificially it can continue in life. Now, let me quickly bring out some section of the law that we can make reference to, especially when we talk about section 712 of CAMA. This provision wasn't part of what we have in that of a previous CAMA that was repealed, and it talks about what you do when you are trying to move away from the issue of extinctioning a particular company when it has a problem, and a kind of moratorium is also given such that when you exploit it, you could do a kind of, I don't want to call it abracadabra and the company will come back to life. Within this space of time, I also want to look at section 717 of CAMA that provide that no winding up of petition or investment of action by a creditor can be brought up within the space of time that the rescue is being done, unlike what we have before, that secure creditor can just come up and just go to court and activate some provisions. But within this period of time that we have rescue provision, the stay of execution that lawyers normally call it will not come to be. However, if you have situation whereby companies secure creditor already has clear assets that are not part of the scheme of arrangement that the liquidator or the manager will have in place, the secure creditor can actually go ahead on that, and there are some documents that must be provided before that can be done. But this is with moratorium. Moratorium, we are saying within 6 months of that management of that ailing company, there will not be any secure creditor that can bring action against that company within that period of time. There's no law without its exemption. The exception is that within 3 months, if there is any sure secure creditor that has a distinct asset, a mark for taking over within that period, such can be done, but within 3 months. So it allows the receiver or manager to actually manage the company within that period of time without any issue. But we can also look at the issue of limited impact of avoidance and what we call attachment. And this can be seen in section 577 of CAMA 2020, and it was likely to what we have in section 414 of the Repeal Act. And this one now includes a kind of proviso that effect that where a company is being wound up, only if its charge holder or any other validly created perfected security interest holder other than floating charge holder will be able to enforce security within that period. What this session is actually telling us that, look, when we are having issues with a company that is having problem and the receiving receiver or what we call manager has been appointed, do not come with anything that will distort the rescue mission of the manager, who is to manage effectively that within that period. But if you have floating charge on any of the assets, you do not have capacity to distort the progress that they have in that. And the aspect of fraudulent preference and fraudulent trading is also attended to in section 658, subsection 1 of CAMA, where it was provided that where a company at any relevant time within the period defined in that subsection 6, does anything or procure anything to be done which has effect on putting a person or being one of the company's creditor or suretee or guarantor on due advantage shall be deemed to be a preference. What this aspect is saying is that during the period of rescuing mission, the issue of fraudulent trading will not be accepted, because some people actually have insider information that this is the position of the company at that period of time. This section prevents them from leveraging on that information in order to profit more than every other person within that space of time. Whereas the issue of procurement and the likes will be guided with what we have in subsection 1, 2 of that particular section. However, within the space of managing of that ailing company, there are some services that are very important to the continuity of the company. But getting these services available for the company may be difficult, because at that period of time it is expected that the company has lost its ability to attract new funds, and then people that will, supplier vendor may not want to actually come closer because of the stigma on the company. The provision that we have in section 665 has made it very easier for the manager who is expected to manage the company well to go ahead and have suppliers in, for the purpose of maybe purchase of gas, water, and electricity, and the manager can go ahead and also give guarantee that may be subordinate or let's say superior to all other prioritized debt. So within the spirit of this, the administration of the company can give a kind of what we call payment guarantee for such supply, because it is expected that they are necessary for the day-to-day activities of the organization. And this condition can only be made in respect of charges that are coming now after the company has been taken over in terms of management, for the purpose of management, unlike the one that they procure before the management of ailing company. So what I'm trying to say in accounting language is that expenses of this nature that must have been incurred before the first day of taking over the organization in terms of rescuing will not count for the purpose of advance payment guarantee, but expenses that are subsequent to the date of that. Another 2 points before I will leave stage for my boss here is the issue of voluntary arrangement, and this can be found on chapter 17, and the issue of administration, which can be found on chapter 18 of the CAMA. Of course, the voluntary arrangement has to do with the situation whereby the creditor and the company can come together to draw a kind of scheme, and this can be found in section 434, subsection 1 to 3, and available. This will be available during the problem of the company or when the administration order or winding up has been ensured. The process is what I'm projecting there, but when it comes to administration, is kind of procedure that's available for a company that is having a solvency problem or is likely to become insolvent within the period, and then the process whereby insolvency practitioner will be able to come together to protect the asset of the organization for the purpose of running same in the interest of the company and the creditor, and how the company can continue in business as though there was no problem before. The purpose of this is just to rescue the company and make it to continue into a foreseeable future as though they were not having problem, and it will enable the organization to have better life. I put some benefit forward, which I will not be able to go through, but during the question and answer, I will be able to do that. And I want us to note specifically that objective of business rescue is just to save company so that the company can go on in business. Is also to ensure that the restructuring that is imminent can be done and the company can continue in business. I have some recommendation, but I want to leave that to my doctor here to take us through that. But it is better to ensure that we save company because of some qualitative factor that, that is attached to it. If company die unnecessarily and it is buried, what happens is that a lot of staff will lose their job, and if one staff lose job, so many people are also attached to that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to rest here while the proceeding continue on the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Professor Yedokun. I would now invite Chief Anthony Digbe to please speak to us as to whether before KAMA 2020, were there any business rescue provisions in the old regime of KAMA 1990? And in KAMA 2020, I would like you to speak to some of these business rescue mechanisms, company voluntary arrangement, administration, moratorium, netting, and things like that, so our audience can understand these new innovations in KAMA 2020 to enable businesses be rescued as opposed to liquidation. Thank you very much. And then you can then address the implementation challenges.
Thank you so much, Ayo. The chairman of MBA Lagos branch, I just want to express my pleasure to be here. I had to fly in just because of this occasion. I think it's very important that we empower ourselves. And I think that business rescue provides new opportunity for lawyers. I'll try my best to talk about it, particularly the role that lawyers can play in the process. I just want to thank Professor Oyedokun for, the background that he has given to us. Let me just double click a little bit on some of the issues that he mentioned as a background. A company contributes to the system in very many ways. First, they make profit for the shareholders, and then they pay tax to the government, and then they pay salary to their staff, and at times they participate in community activities, empowering their host community, etc. So there's that flow of cash going around, from the company's operation. And naturally, there are many stakeholders, not just the owners of the company, but the government, the community, the workers. So if you quickly liquidate a company, that circulation of money is going to stop. So that's the argument for trying to save companies. However, the other side of it is that the entire economy works on credit. And the last panel just spoke to us about the pension funds, how that credit can be created, how the money can be given to people to build houses, do railways, and all sorts of things that we mentioned. But credit is dependent on truth, on the fact that the money will be paid back. So within that circulation of money I mentioned, whether the one that has to go to government, the one that has to go to the suppliers of capital, that is the bank, the one that has to go to the employees, etc. If there's any break, that is, one party is unable to pay to the other, it would affect the circulation of that money because the money just moves around from one party to the other. And therefore, in a system, you must have a way to remove those who will pollute the circulation of money. And that's the role that liquidation plays. So actually, it's not that liquidation is bad. If a company is so bad that it will pollute the system, then you should remove it from the system through liquidation. But at times, there is a difference between the business and the company. At times, the business itself may be viable, but maybe those managing the company are not managing it very well. So you may need to save the business and let the company die, right? And at times, you may need to kill the business and let the company survive. So it all depends. So what rescue does is gives you the opportunity to do that. In the previous system, you couldn't really, there were limitations in terms of the ability of a lawyer to intervene and make a business survive. For instance, I did a case where the company was owing, let's say, equivalent of about $20 million. And then the bank went, seized their yard in Port Harcourt, oil and gas service company. And meanwhile, they had a $200 million contract. And then the IOC that gave them that contract was threatening to cancel the contract because a receiver had been appointed. And the yard that the receiver took over, if they sold everything, they won't get $10 million. I wanted to save this business. There was no provision under the old CAMA to save the business. So we decided to do a search in Abuja. The company had many subsidiaries. We found out that they registered the debenture in the name of the wrong company. So we were able to get a point. Then the bank won't talk to me until we raised objection to the security. And then they started negotiating with me. We managed to resolve that matter. But today, if that were to happen, I could use one of the procedures that has just been mentioned to get a moratorium and save that company. It will be possible under, say, company voluntary arrangement. And we just did one, the first one in Nigeria. We did it recently. And what happened in that case was that the company had shareholders' loans in the book. The shareholders gave a loan. They had many conditions that they don't have to pay back the loan except the company was making profit. The company wasn't making profit, and then they were booking the interest of the loan, on the loan. And once you book the interest, you have to pay withholding tax and all sorts of things. So cash was going out of the company through that method. And so they said, no, we're not going to pay interest anymore because we need to save money. One of the shareholders refused. And so we said, they asked us, we said, no, you can do a company voluntary arrangement. We think we'll get the votes. And then we will change, by force of law, we will change the provisions of that shareholder loan agreement. And the other shareholders agreed. We did the procedure, did the proposal just as he said, appointed the nominee, called the creditors meeting, they agreed, we had the majority, called the shareholders meeting, they agreed, went to court, got the sanction. The court first sanctioned for the meeting. One of our members, one of the MBA members, acted as the nominee. And also, our firm acted as the lawyers to the transaction. So there was work for lawyers to act as nominees. There's work for lawyers to work as supervisors in terms of implementing the new arrangement. So the company voluntary arrangement was not available before. Today, it's available. Then the new introduction is the administration. Administration was not available before. Now you can appoint an administrator. Usually what we are familiar with before was the receiver manager, and the receiver manager only comes to sell, to recover for the creditors. Whereas an administrator could make a proposal to the creditors and can force all the creditors to come together to look at that proposal and say, okay, well, you have to give me some waivers, reduce the principal sum, waive the interest, etc. Come up with a scheme after studying the business for about 30 days of how that business can be saved. Now, this administration procedure would again provide work for lawyers. The lawyers don't necessarily have to be the administrator, but because the administration, for you to actually be a successful administrator, as a lawyer, you have to improve your skill. Ayo didn't tell you, but he's the president of the Business Recovery and Insolvency, the current president of the Business Recovery and Insolvency Practitioners Association.
Thank you.
So one of the things we need to do as lawyers is to improve our skill and our knowledge, particularly our knowledge in turnaround management, in ability to go into a company, study the causes of decline, identify them, and then come up with solutions for those, and then be able to actually prepare a turnaround plan. For you to be able to have some of those skills, you may need to join Brightpan, where they do a lot of training. So that is one area of job you can get, or you can act as the lawyer supporting the administrator in going to court to get sanctions, in negotiating with the creditors, in arranging the creditors meeting, etc., and preparing the proposals, particularly the legal aspects, because insolvency has impact on normal contracts. It usually adjusts the contract. I'm talking of the rescue plan. In a rescue plan, the agreement can discharge an obligation under a contract or modify the obligation under a contract. So these are legal issues where you need lawyers to advise and play a role. And by adjusting those rights under the contract, you reposition the company to be able to survive and meet the new obligations, not the old obligations which would have collapsed the company. So, what are the, those are the two main new introductions, that is company voluntary arrangement and administration. There are others that have always been there in the old CAMA, like the scheme of arrangement, arrangements and compromise, etc. But those didn't have the support mechanism, like they didn't have the moratorium. Our jurisprudence also didn't help, our previous jurisprudence. So if you look at a case like they have the FBN against NDIC, where the court decided that you couldn't get a moratorium except only for the case that is in the Federal High Court. Whereas when a company is winding up, there should be no case anywhere, whether state high court, any case against the company, anywhere, basically in the world. And that is the same principle that is applied in other countries. You can't file a case when the company is winding up, because it just doesn't give the court the opportunity, one court, the opportunity to restructure the obligations of the company. If we are trying to do a restructuring and somebody is in Zamfara trying to get judgment, which will upset the whole thing that you are putting together. There was also another case that came from the Supreme Court. I think that was Savannah Bank and NDIC. We said that you cannot you cannot appoint a provisional liquidator under the old law until there is leave granted to advertise the petition. Now, it was a very bad case from the Supreme Court. The reason is this. From my practice, and I think for those of you, you know, if once the petition to is to wind up is advertised, you know what will happen to the company? Basically, all the banks will stop cooperating, all your suppliers will stop supplying. They say, oh, you have problems because they saw in the newspaper that they are going to wind you up. So at times you appoint a provisional liquidator to go in and negotiate with the creditors so that you don't necessarily have to appoint a provisional liquidator after the advert has been made, because by the time the advert is made, you've killed the company, essentially, because all creditors will be on the alert and they will not cooperate with that provisional liquidator. But that was the decision before. Now, CAMA has changed the environment such that you can actually appoint an administrator, and there's no, even the directors can appoint an administrator, the creditors can appoint an administrator, the shareholders can appoint an administrator, and even if the creditors appoint the administrator, it's not going to be working to recover the assets for the creditors like a receiver manager. The first thing he will do is to do this turnaround analysis, and then if he thinks that the business can be saved, to prepare a proposal and send to the creditors to consider. So it's really quite a change. But what are we seeing in terms of implementation of the new CAMA? There are a couple of challenges, which you can say some are cultural, some are institutional, and some are just practical challenges. The cultural challenges we are having stem from the fact that, for instance, most of our top creditors, like our bankers and the rest, are still liquidation focused. You know, their mentality. Once I went for a program, and it was an INSO program for African countries. And the question, they gave us a case study, and all the bankers from Nigeria would not adjust the terms of the agreement in order for the company to survive. But all the others from the other countries, all the other countries in Africa agreed. So the cultural attitude is still very strong towards liquidation. Even the lawyers, even the receiver managers still have that creditor-focused and not debtor-focused attitude. So that's a practical problem. Also, our companies, I'm sorry, just 2 minutes. Our companies, they need to do more corporate governance, more financial literacy, keep better books of accounts, etc. On the institutional basis, our courts needs to do better. The Federal High Court is the insolvency court, but there needs to be more effort at training, and our jurisprudence needs to be more consistent. Hopefully, we can go past some of those bad jurisprudence that I've mentioned, and if we can empower our judges, maybe through cross-posting. I found out that a lot of other countries used to exchange judges. They go and sit in other countries for a couple of years and come back and learn. I think we should do that for our judges. Let them go to other systems, you know, spend 2-3 years and come back. It will work very well. So there are other little practical issues. We need rules, and CSE is working on the rules, because it was very difficult when we did the first CVA. There were no rules, but we managed, because of our experience, to get it done. But now CSE is looking at rules for the implementation of the rescue options. In summary, I will just end by saying that when a client walks through your door and they have a problem, don't always look at the provisions section, this is this and this is that. Try to identify what their interest is. Try to understand the issues, particularly the financial issues. I find lawyers run away from the financial issues. Once you understand what the financial issues are, and if you understand these rescue provisions, you may be able to give them solutions that will save the business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Dr. Anthony Digbe for that beautiful presentation. We are running out of time, so I have been asked to direct the audience to kindly, we are moving on to the Q&A, so I'll urge us, if we have questions, to please direct it to the panelists.
Good morning, everyone. Learned senior advocates, the head school of the MBA, and members of the audience. It's very interesting what we are discussing today, but I think we need to address the aspect of the terms of loan agreements. So we've discussed the different options, administration and
voluntary agreement.
Yes, but in most loan agreements, the provision you would have is just the option of the appointment of a receiver manager. And these are contractual issues. So you may not have the opportunity to just rely on a voluntary arrangement under statutes. So you would have the banks, you would have the financial institutions who just want to enforce the terms of the agreement that has not provided for administration and other options. So they just get a receiver manager who more or less is an undertaker. He goes to the company, shuts down everywhere, sends the staff away, the business dies. So how do we approach the issues from that perspective? How do we get the banks? How do we get the transaction lawyers or the in-house lawyers in the banks to begin to adopt this other approach? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question. I see my brother Silk, also the Vice President of BRIPAN, Mr. Victor Kwazu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, the chairman of the branch. I commend the panelists. My question is simple, and personally I will address it to Chief Idigbe SN. To look at the issue of multiplicity of proceedings in insolvency, which has been a major challenge for practitioners, particularly when it has to do with other jurisdictions, and also having into consideration the limitations in our laws, with interest in creating a harmony in most of these proceedings. Secondly, I would also appreciate if you can give some enlightenment on the relevance of COMI, the Center of Main Interest, in dealing with some of these multiple proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take these two questions, and I'll urge our distinguished panelists to quickly run over them so that we can take more questions from the audience. I'll ask Chief Anthony Digbe to deal with the second question, and Professor Yedokun will deal with the first question.
Okay, thank you. Naturally, the first question is also a matter of law, the way lawyers will call it. However, the native intelligence in accounting presupposes that we should not behave like that which that want to eat a bar on credit, Gary, and you are not bothered about the covenants, the don't touch your wife, don't touch your children, covenants. So what I will advise is that whenever you want to negotiate loan agreements, please just make sure every aspect of your body is open, and don't be in a hurry that a company wants to finance its activities, and just because of that proposal you have done, the beautiful projection should not overwhelm you. I'm talking about whoever is negotiating. And don't forget that there's this guideline by CBN on what bankers can charge. I think we call it bankers tariff and the likes. Some of us don't check it before we sign. And my little time in practice as auditor has shown me that there are some small write-up under some agreement that we don't seem to look into. Please, we need to be careful of that. And I don't want to believe that there's anything to rush when you want to get loan agreement from bank. They are in business, you are in business. They also want to make money from you. So it's a matter of take it cool and let it be reduced to black and white so that everybody can see what is there. You will agree with me that at the end of the day, when you go front and back, you'll be able to understand that. And I want to also believe that once you are called lawyer, it means you are past all those tutelage that can preclude you from understanding basic things. So once you are going to that, go with all the instrumentality of law and our training to understand the contracts. And don't forget that contract is not just ordinary agreement, it's agreement that law will enforce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll yield to you, Chief Anthony Digbe.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Ayo. I just want to add a little to what has been said by Professor Oyedeku. I will advise lawyers to look at the provisions of CAMA, because if you look at it, there are some transitional issues. There's the going forward issue, and there's the past issues. So wise receiver managers can still be appointed based on an agreement that was existing before CAMA 2020 came into force. There's an issue as to whether they can still appoint a receiver manager or it will have to be an administrator, which would be quite different. So that issue, because the jurisprudence is still developing, I would rather leave it that way. But go and read the provisions of CAMA and read it as a whole. You will find that the situation going forward is different from the past situation. It's not as good because we were copying from the UK one, but for some reasons they didn't want to be definitive about excluding completely the ability of appointing a receiver manager. So, but the controversy will be resolved by jurisprudence over time. Also, check the presentation that was made by Oyedeku. He tried to distinguish between being able to take a fixed asset and being able to take a floating, secure a floating asset. So if you didn't have a fixed asset given to you, and you just have a floating asset, that is a floating debenture, the question is whether the moratorium will apply to you if you appointed a receiver manager. Can the receiver manager, if there's an arrangement and compromise going on, take over? Probably cannot under the new regime. So there are certain changes. You need to just familiarize yourself with the law. Now, on the issue of multiplicity of proceedings, I should just mention that, as you know, Honorable Justice Zimba did ask me to speak to his paper. So some of the issues I'm talking about also come from his paper. And he mentioned the challenges around trying to get a consistent jurisprudence and how to empower the Federal High Court, etc. So one of the ways to stop the excessive multiplicity of proceedings is quite simple. If there are many proceedings, you write to the CJ and list the proceedings and ask that all of them be before one particular judge, so that the judge would hear all the cases together. We use it in other cases, so why can't we use it in insolvency matters? So my suggestion is when you identify the multiplicity, write to the CJ, draw the attention of the CJ to all the different cases, and then ask that they all be before one judge. Even if it's not a consolidation order, it will be before one judge, and the judge will be able to have a full view of the picture And then the decisions in one case may now affect the other case. You did mention, the second issue you mentioned was that of Center of Main Interest,
Yes.
the COMI. COMI is more relevant in the cross-border context, where, you know, the company has assets abroad. And the question is, which is the center of main interest for the purpose of insolvency proceedings? People would say that that is an irrelevant question in Nigeria because there are no assets abroad. But the reality is that Nigerian businesses are going abroad. You have Nigerian banks all over Africa, etc. And many other Nigerian businesses are going all over. And the question is, if they had a serious liquidity problem or financial distress, where would they go to? It's even most probably that they will shop, they will forum shop for a jurisdiction that has a favorable insolvency or restructuring framework. And let me say that they may want to go to England, or they want to go to the US, or go to some Caribbean country to go and restructure their debts. And what will that be for us? We will lose money, we as lawyers. So we need to make sure that our own environment is made good so that the people will be coming to Nigerian courts to restructure their debt, just like what has just happened with the CVA that was done recently. We want to see more companies come to Nigeria to restructure their debt and provide work for us. But in terms of the technique, companies do forum shopping. When they want to restructure, they will now open a small office and run it for in some countries, they run it for 3 months. And then they will say that their COMI has shifted. Their center of main interest has now shifted because they opened a small office in that jurisdiction. Whereas most of the operations are still in Nigeria. Most of their staff are here. They say, oh, we are now holding board meeting there. And then you have this issue about recognition of the order made in that country, and then somebody may challenge it and say, well, don't recognize it because that place is not the center of main interest. So you can see a lot of things playing around COMI, but we need to understand these concepts and be able to play there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our distinguished panelist, Professor Oyedokun. Thank you so much for your presentation. Chief Anthony Idigbe, Dr. Idigbe, thank you so much for your presentation. I think what is obvious from our discussions this morning on this topic is that these rescue options present new opportunities and new vistas for us as legal practitioners. If you look at CAMA 2020, there are office appointments there. There's Chief Idigbe talked about the nominee, about the supervisor. There's the provisional liquidator, there's the liquidator, silver managers. All these people, before they can hold that office, must be insolvent practitioners. And as legal practitioners, you are already qualified to be an insolvency practitioner, but you must be an authorized insolvency practitioner. And to become authorized as an insolvency practitioner, you have to take the training, and you also have to register with CAC. Thank God we on this divide belong to the Business Recovery and Insolvency Practitioners Association of Nigeria. Professor Idokun is a council member. Chief Anthony Idigbe is a past president. The vice president is also there. Our association affords a fantastic opportunity for training of lawyers, of other professionals to become authorized insolvency practitioners. I will let the cat out of the bag. I have been having a discussion with the chairman of the MBA Lagos branch about empowering us as members of the Lagos branch. And I know that there are various programs that are already in place to empower us, to increase our opportunities and widen our income base. And this is also an opportunity for us lawyers to increase our visibility and widen our income base and become insolvency practitioners. I have discussed with him as an association, we will partner with the Lagos branch and work out discounted rates for members of the MBA Lagos branch for training to become insolvency practitioners, and so that you can benefit from these rescue mechanisms that are now available in CAMA 2020. Thank you very much for this, for listening to us. Thank you very much for your questions and your participation. Much appreciated.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can put our hands together even stronger.
I have a meeting, I have to.
You have to take a picture.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So please, we're going to let the panelists take their pictures alone first before the members of the MBA committee and the planning committee of the Law Week take pictures with them. But please, members of the committees can come stand around already. Is the photographer ready? Okay. Thank you very much once again. I believe this panel is powered by BRIPAN. BRIPAN is Business Recovery and Insolvency Practitioners Association of Nigeria. Are members of that organization present? Yes, I said panelists. Okay, I think everyone is here already. So maybe after they all take pictures, then panelists can do that alone. But are there members of BRIPAN in the house? Can you just wave your hand proudly? Okay, thank you very much for making it. Can we put our hands together for BRIPAN, please? Thank you very much. Okay, so if you look at our program, the next item on our program is supposed to be our tea break. But please listen intently so that I explain the order of events for that particular part of the event. So please, everyone on this side of the hall, on my right side of the hall, you're going to use that door behind you to file outside, in case you want to have a tea break. And everyone on this side, my left side, will use these doors. So please, the direction from the chairman is that you take your tea and your whatever that is on offer, and you come back into the hall. So today, we will not allow people stand outside. So please take whatever it is that is on offer outside and return to the hall so that we can continue with the event. So please, those on this side, use the door there, and those on this side, use the door. And please return as soon as you can. Thank you very much. Yes, and then I've also been asked to remind everyone, please make sure that you fill your CLE form. Make sure that you obtain and seal your continuing legal education form. Make sure that you do that so that you can verify or confirm that you're a part of this very wonderful event. Okay, so the panelists are here now. Okay, I think that members of the, after they're done taking these pictures, members of the BRIPAN team can come to the stage and take pictures as well. So are they here? So members of the BRIPAN team, you can come join in the photo session as well. Thank you. I saw some people raise their hands before. Come forward proudly, quickly. Okay. Yes, so we announced already, and I'm announcing again, that for the MBA Law Week, there is a raffle draw. So if you would like to win any of our exciting prizes, please approach any of the members of the protocol team, any of the fine gentlemen and ladies in the black standing around the hall, in case you want to obtain a raffle ticket for our raffle draw. We have exciting prizes to be won. So please approach any of them to obtain your raffle tickets. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much to this panel. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Leonard Silk. And of course, a special thank you to Chief Anthony Digbe SAN as well for the long trip to today's event. These are interesting times for air travel. Thank you very much for making our event. Thank you very much. Okay, so while we all return to the hall, I should inform you that our next plenary session is titled Technology and Justice Delivery, the Bar and Bench of the Future. But I am divided as to whether I should call the panelists up now or I should wait a few minutes. Okay, I think I'll wait a few minutes for attendees to return to the hall. But I believe our panelists are ready for the next session. But please, everyone outside, please do your business as fast as you can and return to the hall. Thank you.
Is ready and I'm riding. When I come around, they ain't shotted. They all want a key to the garden. So I put it up and I lied it. Tell me how you like it. Got me on the wheel, I'ma drive it. But they wanna raise up the mileage. Well, I don't like to turn my back. It's all I work and give back. May I just drive? God has made. So I can be your pain when the dark is closing in. See, they want to lock me down when they try to take me down. We be flying off the ground when the world is going out, when the earth is falling in. This is the mind, this is the light. This is the dawn, this is the way. I see the drink coming before me. I've been the one, don't have to say it. This is the vibe, don't need to fake it. Seeing the world, living beyond it. This is the key so I can save you. Well, I don't like to turn my back, so I work and give back. May I just try to do my lane. Got a gang behind now. Listen when they call my name. I found a voice within me. Now I can't curse what God has made. So let me be your pain when the dark is closing in. See, they want to love you now when they try to take you down. We be flying off the ground when the world is going out, when the earth is falling in. Yeah, it is getting cold. Their eyes are slowly closing. Their chains, they cannot hold me under the open sky. They are looking for a way, but I will keep you safe. Yeah. The beat is ready and I'm riding. When I come around, they ain't shot it. They all want a key to the garden. So I put it up and I light it. Tell me how you like it. Get me on the wheel, I'ma drive it. But they wanna raise up the mileage. Well, I don't like to turn my back. It's so I work and give back. May I just try to day my lane. I got the gang behind now. Listen when they call my name. I found a voice within me. No man can curse what God has made. So I can be your pain when the dark is closing in. See, they want to lock me down when they try to take me down. We be flying off the ground when the world is going
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the bar. Please, can we have our seats? We're going to resume the event now. Please, can we have our seats? Thank you very much. So the theme for our next plenary session is Technology and Justice Delivery, the bar and the bench of the future. And to moderate this session is the chairman of the ICT committee of the MBA section on business law. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, I think our hands are busy, but please, if you can spare them, and to put our hands together for Mr. Rotimi Ogunyemi. Please, can Mr. Rotimi Ogunyemi make his way to the front, please? Thank you. And of course, the panelists on this session, the panelists for this session, the panelists on this panel. First is the President of the National Industrial Court, Honorable Justice Dr. Benedict Kanyip, who is ably represented by Honorable Justice Ikechi G. Unweneka. Is that pronounced correctly? Unweneka. Fantastic. Please, can we put our hands together for the Honorable Justice, please? Yes, these hands are busy indeed. Okay, and on this panel as well is the founding partner at Technology Advisors, Mr. Basil Udotai, who will be joining us virtually. But please, can we put our hands together for him? And then, of course, a distinguished, esteemed lecturer of commercial and industrial law at the University of Lagos, Dr. Adekemi Omotubora, who would also be joining us virtually. Thank you. And then, of course, physically present is a partner at AO2 Law, Mr. Bidemi Daniel Olumide. Please put your hands together for him as he takes his seat in front. Please, can the moderator and every panelist make their way to the front, please? The panel session will begin immediately. Thank you very much. Thank you. So once again, this panel has 45 minutes for the discussions and 15 minutes for questions. And after this, we'll have our lunch, and then we'll go to the final panel session for today. A gentle reminder to please obtain and fill your CLE forms, and also remember to get our raffle tickets from members of the protocol team so that you can participate in our fantastical raffle draw. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's great to be here, and it's been a fantastic law week so far. The panels have been enriching. I have thoroughly enjoyed myself. We are here to distill a very important topic, and I dare say it's one that catches the attention of most people because it's a topic that lawyers many times embrace and run away from. But we can't avoid it. It's the topic around technology. We have a very distinguished panel with us today, and many thanks to the MC who has done the early introduction. One of the things that is real in the world we live in today, amongst many other things, is that our world today is hybrid. And that's why I'm particularly encouraged that we will be having a hybrid session. We came out of COVID, or we are coming out of COVID, and then the world decided to take another turn of its own that's somehow impacting travel. And so the reality remains with us that technology will continually be a part of our lives, and particularly so for the justice sector. And so, if you would permit me to rest on already established protocols, I will do a quick introduction of our very distinguished panelists here. First, we have the President of the National Industrial Court, Honorable Justice Dr. Kanyib, who is very ably represented by my Lord, Honorable Justice I.G. Nweneka.
Thank you.
We will be hearing from him, and I am expectant. Also joining us this afternoon virtually is my big brother and the managing partner of Technology Advisors, a leading voice in tech law and policy in Nigeria, Mr. Basil Udotai. Joining us also remotely is Dr. Mrs. Kemi Omotobura, a foremost technology law lecturer and researcher with the University of Lagos, and she is a Nobet Elias Research Fellow at the ZIF Center for Interdisciplinary Research. And of course, to my right is my brother, Bidemi Daniel Olumide, a legal and tax practitioner, partner at AO2 Law, and Chief Executive Officer of TaxAid Technologies. Great that we have a multidisciplinary practitioner on the panel today. I will be starting with my Lord, but permit me to lay a foundation for the conversations this afternoon. Much of the discussions we have around technology and justice delivery typically focuses on what I call the symptoms or the appendages. And perhaps not as much as I would like, we typically do not start from the root, the source. And I would like to start from the source this afternoon. And by the source, I mean the vision. The good book says, without vision, my people perish. And so, perhaps where we will be going this afternoon is to interrogate much of the struggles that we have seen in this space. Could it be because we have not reminded ourselves of the vision? Or could it be that we have lost the why? And at the heart of vision is always the question of policy. So, we will be starting the conversation around policy this afternoon. Nigeria, like most other countries, responded to the advent of technology, as it were, at the height of the COVID pandemic. But the truth was, over 10 years ago, at the highest level of judicial authority in Nigeria, a vision had already been outlined. And perhaps it would be good for us to hear what that vision is. And then we will then move the conversation from there into perhaps is this vision still working for us today? But maybe I go ahead of myself. So if you would permit me, I would ask my Lord, Honorable Justice I.G. Nwaneka, to speak to the policy at the heart of judicial transformation, digital transformation in the judicial sector in Nigeria. My Lord, sir.
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here. I send you warm greetings from the President, National Industrial Court, Honorable Justice B.B. Kaim. It was his desire to be here in person to attend this event, but unfortunately he's engaged this afternoon, and he has asked me to send his deepest apologies. The topic today is technology and justice delivery. And while I was discussing with the moderator, I told him that 10 years ago, the National Judicial Council constituted a committee that in July 2012 came up with the Judicial Information Technology Policy Document. And I wondered if, as of 2012, we already had a policy document that outlines the need for automation of the judicial service delivery, also had a proposal for training of the staff and various aspects of our justice delivery. Why are we 10 years after still discussing incorporating technology into our justice delivery? And the answer is very straightforward. The justice delivery sector is a complex one. Unlike other sectors of the economy or other areas of our national life, you discover that there has to be a partnership between the bar, the bench, and members of the public that access judicial service. So it will need not just for the bar and the bench to buy into technology or digitalizing the justice delivery sector, but there has to be a commitment from both sides to digitalize and also to have it succeed. And that commitment will lead to a lot of engagement between the various stakeholders. That engagement will lead to a change in the way we do things. Permit me to highlight some of those areas where this change is needed. I said, unlike most activities or other sectors of our national life, the justice sector thrives on a partnership between the bar, the bench, and members of the public who access judicial service. The bar and the bench must not only buy into the idea of digitalizing the justice system, but must be committed to its success and develop requisite competencies. No amount of digitalization of the justice system will succeed, that is, result in the speedy disposition of cases at minimal cost and satisfaction of users of the system without the unalloyed commitment of the bar. A party given to dilatory tactics will still sabotage timely disposition of cases in spite of digitalization. In the words of Andre Gronswell, he says, a true digital transformation process goes beyond buying or using new tools or software. It requires an honest commitment from the organization to evaluate, challenge, and reconfigure business processes at a path and pace that work for the company, its clients, and suppliers. So while we digitalize, a change management program is required, which will involve stakeholders' communication, change in work culture, mindset, and ways of working. The bar must come to a point where you accept, no matter the nature of your case, it pays the system for the case to be determined expeditiously. A case in point is the front-loading procedure, which was introduced to fast-track proceedings. Our experience today with that procedure has been less than salutary. Cases that are supposed to take 6 months, 1 year, 5 years, we are still in court. And you ask me, what was the essence of front-loading my evidence? What was the essence of front-loading my documents if I'm still in court 2 years, 3 years after? And that is what may happen if we digitalize, unless there is a complete change in the kind of persons we are used to be. We have to change the way we work, the way we think this is the only way we can practice. All that must change. It's not enough to buy equipment, not enough to put things in place. We have done that. But we discovered that some of those equipment are rotting away. So what I have said in many words is that as good as digitalization is, it may not resolve the problem of delay in disposal of cases or reduce the cost of litigation unless there is a change in the way we practice law. Again, we'll all agree that digitalization is expensive. It's a very costly project. So many things are required, from network infrastructure to communication infrastructure, court technologies, which include case management software, e-filing, electronic document management system, etc., ICT skills, requirement, and capacity building. A lot go into each of the various stages of these other arms of digitalization. Various courts, including the National Industrial Court, embrace technology in some aspects of our work. But with the COVID-19 pandemic, complete digitalization of the entire court system became imperative. This requires huge capital outlay, and the budgets of the various courts cannot accommodate it. Nonetheless, there is increased use of virtual trials in our courts, either because of the cost of producing the witness in court or for security challenges. The Lagos Judicial Division of the National Industrial Court has a retrofitted courtroom, which is an NJC initiative. But this is just one aspect of court automation. There are others. And our proposal today is that digitalization of the court process should be a phased process. We cannot buy technology at once and change everything in a go. We need to take it one step after the other. That is the only way there can be a success. At the bottom of our quest for digitalization is the need to develop the right set of skills. Foundational skills and digital literacy are necessary. Developing new skills is a costly and long-term endeavor, which calls for sustained and coordinated ICT training at various levels for members of the bar, bench, and our support staff. The starting point may be to undertake detailed training needs analysis and develop a skills policy. So as good as the Judicial Information Technology Policy document is, something is missing. And that which is missing is a skill development policy. There is no provision on how to develop the skills of existing people. Today, I am sure there are still many law offices that still do not know some of their principals, give their secretaries to type documents. And some of these secretaries or support staff do not know what we know as lawyers or judges. So when you ask them to type a document, it comes back with errors. So the starting point is a skills development policy. Because you need people to operate the machines. You need somebody to be at the e-filing registry to check which documents have come in and send it to the appropriate officer for treatment. They need to know what to do, how to apply those tools to achieve the result that is needed. This will help in channeling the investment appropriately. A case should be made for lifelong learning. It has been said that proficiency facilitates practice, and practice reinforces proficiency. And that means that we don't just know it today, we keep learning and relearning. That's the only way we can be better. And why it is very important is that technology changes with days. Those of you who are familiar with Apple phones, the Apple phone you use today is not the same you were using yesterday or 2 months ago. I'm sure today is March. By June, a new Apple phone will be in the market. So, and that is the same way technology changes. What we are used to doing 2 years ago is not the same thing in the technology market. So there is need for continuous education in this area of technology acquisition. Since skills are tools to be honed over a lifetime, there is need for collaboration with other stakeholders, government, training partners and providers, schools, telecom, and ICT companies. We cannot do it alone. All the associated groups need to buy into the need to digitalize our system. And we need each of them at various points in our development. This will help to build capacity and promote a more inclusive and targeted approach to skills development. The question is, how far are we willing to go? It's not enough that we want technology to be brought in. How far are we willing to go? Are we willing to give it our best and go all the hog to make sure that our court system works as it ought to work? Thankfully, there is rarely a community in Nigeria today where access to telephone is lacking. And that means if they have a telephone, they also have internet. So there's no court that cannot be connected to the internet so long as there's a telephone in that community. The strength of the internet service may differ. The problem can be solved by establishing a working arrangement with the existing telecom companies, MTN, Glo, Airtel, Nine Mobile, and the upcoming ones. It is my sincere wish that this conversation will not end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my Lord. That was brilliant and that was exhaustive. My Lord moved from policy all the way to ensuring we have robust access and connectivity, all the way to ensuring that we have digital capacity and we have digital infrastructure. Basil, thank you for allowing me to call you Basil. You and I are co-chairs of the Digital NBA. And you know more than most people this foundational role of policy when it comes to digital transformation. What are your thoughts? What are your advice? The sufficiency of the policy as outlined by my Lord, particularly considering the world that we live in. When this policy was rolled out, cloud computing was in its early days. Web 3 was not in existence. Industry 4.0 was just scratching out. What are your thoughts?
Thank you very much, Rotimi. And thanks, Lagos NBA, for having me. Can someone confirm that I can be heard?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I really, I don't take the opportunity for granted because I think Lagos Law Week is the only one I haven't participated in a while. And I noticed that because I have a special affection for Lagos. Lagos, as far as I'm concerned, is the California of the Nigerian democracy. So a lot of innovation happens in Lagos and people are more aggressive towards their mission. So I take Lagos as a very, very experimental place where you could go and see how things are done, practice and get a lot of your ambitions accomplished. Now, to the question, I must thank His Lordship for a very erudite delivery. I agree with some of his positions. I have to very humbly beg to differ in respect to the prognosis as to why the JITPO, the Justice ICT policy, has not succeeded or has not generated the sort of aggressive market activities that was envisaged. So His Lordship said it is because the justice sector is complex. Justice sector is complex, no doubt. But if you look at the policy that we're talking about and how the policy was formulated, even the policy document, if you're a policy expert, you would see all the challenges staring you right in the face. The very first thing we have to realize is that policy making ordinarily is an expertise, is an area of skill that is honed and developed over the years. Policy development in the tech space, much more so, right? So you cannot use commonsensical approach to develop a policy. You cannot use even the problem and the challenges you have to go into policy development, no matter how sincere your objectives are, no matter how much of goodwill you have towards enthroning a good system. You have to realize that just like the technology you are looking to integrate in the system you have in mind, the expertise around policy development is also very technical, and you have to bring the right entities, the right bodies into the room. So our policy for JITPO is so project-oriented, so project-driven. So you would, as a tech attorney, immediately see that the blueprint was developed towards delivering certain projects. Now, how would things have been done differently? The policy ought to have been initiated upon realization of a vision, a big vision for the judiciary. Now, that vision ought to have realized that the judiciary is not a standalone. The judiciary is a component of a justice system structure. So what that means is that there are other entities within the community. Now, as you go down the pyramid. First of all, envisage a pyramid. At the tip of this pyramid is Chief Justice of Nigeria, who is our overall regulator, is the entity with the overriding authority for justice services reform. But as you come down the hierarchy, you're going to find other entities that are consistent, not just with our justice system, but with our federal structure. So you're going to see the Court of Appeal, you're going to see the Federal High Court, you're going to see the State High Court, and so on and so forth. We're also going to be confronted with a sub-sovereign called the state. And the state also has its own judicial structure. Now, you come down a little lower, you're going to find the bar, you're going to find the president of the NBA and the national officers. Within this system, you're going to find the administrative officers, those who are actually oiling the wheel, this so-called wheel of progress, the wheel of justice. There's a whole lot of activity that these guys are responsible for. I think they have an organization called the JUSN. Now, the reason you are doing this stakeholder profiling is because you want to be able to transmit ownership. Who is the owner of this policy? The vision might have started with the CJN, but the CJN must, as a matter of practice, enlist this vision to other entities within the justice system structure. They must own this vision, right? And once you have identified the owners, you've identified the community, and you've been able to sell the vision and it's accepted, then you move to the
implementation
policy formulation stage. Not implementation yet, you're not there. At the policy formulation stage, what you are doing is you're going to impose a responsibility on the owners to help translate that vision into a document that is implementable, right? And so that's where the guys are sitting and looking at, look, we have said, and again, let me go back to the vision. The vision cannot be extremely specific, right? Because I've read the document, I've seen things like email, I've seen things like, is it just too specific? I'll give an example of the vision that everybody talks about. JFK, former US president, said, before the end of next year or in 2 or 3 years' time, America is going to land man in the moon. That's a policy statement. Very ambitious, visionary. And that's it. So going from that, it escalated into, cascaded into who is going to handle this, who are the guys involved, what are going to be the strategy, and so on and so forth, until it ended up, with the policy implementation and realization of that vision. The US eventually landed men in the moon. I'll give you another example. Somewhere within the Nigerian Bar Association, a certain president said, the NBA elections will be done electronically. That's a visionary statement, it's a policy move, Imagine if the NBA president started and said, election will be done electronically, and then particularized it. It has to be done this way, it has to be done that way. Somewhere along the line, his vision will be diluted into implementation, into project. In fact, if he's not very, very careful, he's going to begin to sound like a technology service provider. We have to avoid that completely, right? Now, once the policy is formulated, now don't forget it is owned, the vision of the CJN is carried through. We now get to a stage where the policy is published and then implementation phase commences. It is at the implementation stage that you realize that the policy ownership and the policy formulation is totally different from policy implementation, because right now you're going to need a certain number of strategies. The first strategy is Are you trying to create a market? For instance, if you're trying to create a market, are there already economic activities going on in this space? Are there people selling stuff? Are there people buying stuff? Because if there is a market, what you want is you want to elicit a culture. You want to create a repeatability of what already exists, and you want to use technology as a tool to enable that.
Using technology as a tool. Sorry,
Yes.
I'm coming in now. You have made very salient points, and I'm sure that these are points we would have to digest and take away with us. I know that there's still a lot you need to say, but permit me to go around the room, and if we still have time, we'll come back to you, sir, to hit the nail on the head. And I want to make a detour.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I want to make a detour. Both yourself and my Lord had made a case for collaboration amongst the critical parts of the justice sector. And so, sometime last year, Dr. Mrs. Omotubera, this is for you. Sometime last year, I signed up for a course, Modern Law Practice Certification, right, at the Institute of the Future of Law Practice. I would read out the 5 modules that I was going to take. Module 1, Principles of Legal Design. Module 2, Legal Project Management. Module 3, Data Analytics for Law Professionals. Module 4, Business and Finance Operations. And Module 5, Understanding and Working with Legal Technologies. Question: are we producing the kind of lawyers with the appreciation for technology required to practice in today's world? Doctor, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Oguyemi, and thank you, my Lord, for that great outline on the digital vision for the digital judiciary or the automated judiciary. And of course, Mr. Basil Udotai, for highlighting why we shouldn't particularize or be very specific about technology. So if I come back to your question, I can say, or I should say for now, no, the attempt is underway, but I have to sound a note of warning. Like, those courses you read out are really advanced courses, right? They are not, for example, the courses that we are going to be looking at teaching to undergraduate students. So having said that, I can start by saying, even my own journey to this kind of conversation started about 5 years ago. I recall that I presented a paper at the UNILAG International Research Fair. And the title of that paper was "The Robots Are Coming. How should legal practice and legal pedagogy prepare, for that?" And my idea in coming up with that particular topic was to try and point out actually how much technology is affecting the practice of law. So I found, many applications that were already used, especially outside Nigeria. And I don't know how much of that is also used by law firms in Nigeria and how quickly things can be done, by applications. So the idea is that the students we have need new skill sets. You need to be more creative and you need to bring more to the table. Because if things that new lawyers will be asked to do are now being done by applications, for example, artificial intelligence applications, then, who is going to hire you? That's the idea. If you needed 5 lawyers to do a search and you can do that, in 10 minutes with some kind of application, and they can read the cases and give you the answers that you want, why would you need, so many lawyers then? Why would you be hiring them? And, that conversation has been going on also elsewhere, especially in more developed countries where the lawyers or law students have to take loans to go to school. And the idea was, look, when they take so much loan and then they go to law school and they come out and the skill is actually obsolete, who would want to study law? So you can have this, the introduction of technology in legal practice can actually be problematic from the point of view of how lawyers then work, what kind of employment is available to them after they finish their courses. So the debate they were having actually is that no one will eventually want to go to law school because you can't spend a lot of money going to law school and then you come out and you don't have a job. So my idea then was that we can do 2 things, from the perspective of the academia. We can teach, use technology as a tool. At the time, I called this some fancy name like TAT, technology as a tool and technology as a subject. So when I say that we teach, we use technology as a tool, it means that right in our own classrooms, because it seems somewhat, I would say counterintuitive for you to say, technology is doing this big thing, and the students are not saying that even in their own classrooms. They can't use the technology to search up cases. If you want to give them, excuse me, you want to give them articles to read, you are still saying print it out or make photocopies. Instead of providing hyperlinks, let them go to this and read up the cases, and different applications use virtual learning environment like we have the learning management system in Unilag, but there are also those that are very specific to law, right? There are databases, where lawyers go to find what they are looking for. And the students need to know that all these applications, all these tools do exist and they can use them. So that's my idea when I say we need to use technology as a tool. Then we need to teach technology as a subject, just like the list you have just read out to me. We should have how we teach technology because of how it's shifting the debate and the theories and the concepts that we are familiar with in law. So now we talk of contract, but we also talk of electronic contracts, smart contracts, blockchain, So it's not the traditional contract that we used to have that we now use. Things are changing. It's the same with other aspects of the law. I teach banking. Some students don't even know what a check is because all they are used to is electronic payments. We're now talking about digital currencies, cryptocurrencies, the central bank digital currency. So that has also changed, the idea of banking or the law that surrounds that. We need to teach cybercrime. For example, I remember when I started my LLM some years ago, the first question I got actually was about defining cybercrime. And the question that I eventually had was, about a scholar who argued that, look, we don't need to bother about defining cybercrime because every crime would eventually become a cybercrime. And, that's exactly what we are seeing today. There's always usually a cyber or, information technology element to most crimes. So these are the things that I was thinking about that we can do to actually improve, our curriculum. The second side of teaching technology as a subject, apart from the theories that I've highlighted, we also need to look at the clinical aspect of it. And many law schools all over the world, whether they are prestigious or not so prestigious, now are exploring, the idea of what they call a legal tech lab. So they are not only teaching technology in terms of the theory, they're also teaching technology, the clinical aspect of technology. So the students learn not only the basic and even advanced use of the technology that apply to law, they're also encouraged to innovate. So these legal tech labs are like innovative hubs also for the students. They study the problem that is in the society, think up solutions, actually how can this be done? What kind of case management application can be developed, to address this specific problem? And I've followed many of these activities. I've seen, applications from road traffic offenses to custody applications that can manage custody battles and things like that. So these are the areas I think that, we need to be looking at in terms of our own curriculum. These are the areas that we need to develop. And as you have mentioned, technology, it doesn't stop. It's evolving every time. We are seeing new applications, new developments. And as we see that, of course, we need to start to change our own approaches. If the students are going to fit into the global, kind of evolving global practice, because it's not possible now to stay in your small world and say, this is what we do here. Sometimes you need to be part of the global community. And of course, what you do in your country will be a reflection of, how well you are able to fit into that community when you are asked to or when there's a need to do that. But, having said that also, I can say, it's not for want of trying on the part of universities and faculties of law. We have also, as you know, many things that we call the Nigerian factor. Maybe we have funding limitations. Of course, we have infrastructure challenges. So, for example, energy. You are using technology as a tool in your class. You always have to have the analog backup, because if power goes off, then you can't show anything. You can't, or the students come to class with phones or devices that are half dead or not charged, and it goes off during the class when they need it to, when they need to use it, for something. And of course, you have, I think, what has been touched on, a factor that was touched on by my lord about the attitude in the judiciary, right? Because we are slightly more conservative.
Sorry, I will cut you. Sorry, I will cut you short.
All right.
But you have made very, very important points. Very, very important points. All from the ways in which we teach to what we teach. And then, of course, you've also highlighted the issues that stand in the way, which would need to be resolved. Thankfully, we have Mr. Olumide here, who is a practitioner that has put action to much of the things that we have said today. My question, sir, and I would leave you to give your thoughts around all the issues that we have said today, and sorry, briefly too. How do we bridge this gap between those who understand technology in our profession and those who do not? Lawyers, we are a noble bunch. But yet, we live in a world that is asking us to solve problems that increasingly demands collaboration and multidisciplinary approach. What are your thoughts from your experience?
Right. Thanks, Rotimi. I think much of the conversation we are having this morning boils down to two very distinct words I would throw to the table. And that's one is strategy, and the other is culture. And wherever you want to look at it globally, I think the professionals in improvements, organizational improvements, will tell you that culture would always trump strategy. So in as much as we use the isms and we have the very presentable slides and speak, all of the English, to the extent that culturally we do not seek to embrace improvement, we end up spending a lot of money developing, or just like my Lord Justice said, acquiring tools and technologies in quote, that will not be used. We'll end up wasting a lot of money. And I try to use a very typical example of my secondary constituency, that's the tax community. A time was when the Federal Inland Revenue Service thought of automating tax processes around the country. We invited the Canadians. They were here. They collected a lot of money. We came up with sick tax then, very highfalutin, promised us the world, but then we really couldn't achieve much. But then the conversation changed from strategy to culture. What are those simple little things we can do to help improve processes? And then we decided to look inward. And as I tell you today, across Africa, the Tax Pro Max is being celebrated. But the Tax Pro Max was never imported. It was developed here. It was developed by our bright young people working in the FIRS who said, let's start from filing. From filing, payments. From payments, let's consider how we could audit, how we could automate audits. And I think it's the same thing in the justice sector. It's so much of us looking at processes and improving them. Technology is a big word. Perhaps a much simpler word would be process improvements. What are processes that occur in our day-to-day activities, either as practitioners, whether in the justice system, that's with the court system? And I dare tell you, I think we are doing so much well, in this part of the continent, in terms of our innovativeness, in terms of our embracing some of these little things that helps practices. And I say this from my experience in terms of what we do and my colleagues do. And so what we say is, we think this is cultural. We think it's a question of how we think. We think it's a question of how we choose to never be comfortable with the status quo. If it takes me 5 hours to undertake a particular function, the next question I should be asking myself at the management review team is, could it take us lesser hours? And if the question is yes, then we audit the process. How many processes are involved in this? 1 to 20? Can we collapse them into 5? Can we collapse it into 7, 10? Yes, we can. Do we need to automate it? Yes, no. If there is a need to automate it, just like Basil said, then we start a change management process, a project management process where we need to get in the relevant professionals to undertake the process. So I think in brief, it's really a cultural thing. We could spend all the amount of time engaging professionals to re-strategize our processes and all of that, but to the extent that we are not dissatisfied, to the extent that we are not dissatisfied with the current status quo, I don't think things change. And I think Peter Drucker was the one that eloquently said it, that strategy would always have culture for breakfast, if not properly implemented. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. So what we've heard in a nutshell is that digital transformation in the justice sector goes beyond technology itself. It involves people. People comes down to that word, culture. And then we look at processes. A lot more should and could have been said, save that time is not on our side. And I know that there might be questions, and to that extent, I will turn to the room to invite very quick questions, hopefully not submissions, questions to our panelists who would also in half a minute give responses. So at this point, I'll welcome 2 questions, hopefully. Did I see a hand at the back? Okay, sir. Can we have a mic to the gentleman
There's a woman behind.
and then to the lady at the extreme?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. And my Lord, I'm very, very happy and grateful to the very expository presentation. My question is very simple. Most of the panelists have identified the issue of capacity, dealing with the persons that operate this system that has to do with our firm as legal practitioners. We would like to know the way forward. How can we achieve better results in this area? Because looking at the way our justice system is structured presently, notwithstanding the improvements in policies, in laws, there appears to be a continuous delay in justice delivery. And my Lord has mentioned the issue of capacity. So it's important for us to know the way forward. How can we achieve this better result? Because it's very important to each and every one of us.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Understood. How? The lady to at the right. Can we get a mic to the lady at the my extreme left now?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. My question is, one of the speakers, I can't remember the name properly now, mentioned policy, making the policy, and then before implementation, there is ownership. I want to understand that little bit, ownership. How do we determine ownership? Fine, of course, we know it's within the justice system, but how do we, I don't know, I didn't really get that place. I want to know.
Understood.
How do we determine ownership? And at what point does it come in, please?
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, sir. Let's take this one last question up front. Can we have a mic up front, please?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the distinguished panelists. Speaking as a practitioner now, my question has to do with justice delivery, particularly the troubling rejection by the Senate, which we all heard about, of the provision for virtual hearings of court proceedings. And I will call upon this distinguished body in their communique to call upon the Senate to have a rethink of that rejection of the virtual hearing provision. I think it is very important in 2022. Pardon me, I have been coughing a bit. That we should be able to have court proceedings heard virtually, at least the parts that can be heard without the need to have witnesses present in court to expedite justice delivery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished panelists, Mr. Olumide, would you take the first question in terms of skills?
I think Rotimi, appropriately said it. It's people, and just before people or simultaneous with people, it's a question of leadership. There has to be that resolve. And like I mentioned also during my earlier intervention, there has to be this culture of continuous improvement. Whatever it is you do today, there perhaps are better ways of doing it. So if you're not complacent, and I say this at the level of whatever organization, whether at the micro level or at the macro level. So what happens in a typical law firm in how it decides to organize its processes and make it more efficient, it's almost what you see mirrored at the highest level of the judiciary, that's at the Supreme Court. It's people, it's leadership, all summed up in the word that Helia used. The cultural aspects of how we do what we do. I think that should summarize it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Vasil, ownership, very quickly.
All right, thanks so much. The issue of ownership is very simple and very straightforward. So who is this problem a problem to? So if you converse that and say, who would enjoy the solution? If you analyze that, you will see that within the justice sector, there are various entities. And I use the pyramid figure so that you go to, at every entity, you go to the apex, who is at the top, who has the responsibility. If you collapse all these guys into a team and get them to agree that this is needed, you can then, of course, begin the process of policy formation. The reason we're having challenges now with JIPO is that this course of action wasn't taken. Now, NJC is having to go out to convince states to imbibe the innovation, imbibe the culture, of this new thing that was built for them. Imagine if they were part of the process and they owned it, it would be so much easier. So we really need to adopt as a policy standard the strategy of separating ambition, what we want to do, from action. And you can take a simple case of process filing. How many entities are involved in the simple case of process filing in court? Because Limited, is very right. We can isolate a single process and see all the entities, see what needs to be done, see what can enshrine a new culture or improve efficiency within that culture environment. It is simple and straightforward. We cannot post facto try to interest entities who are supposed to take action, to own the policy that was made for them in their absence without their consultation. Thank you very much, Richard. That's my point.
Fantastic, thank you. And the very last question, well, it sounded like a call. But then, will any of the panelists want to react, my lord? Or any of the panelists react to the very...
Yes, in response to the solution.
Yes, my lord.
Change is a product of being dissatisfied with the status quo. what I have observed from my vantage point is that lawyers appear to be indifferent to how long their case lasts in court. So my solution is consultation. The MBA as a body needs to approach the heads of courts and perhaps the NJC and say, this is not good. We have a policy, let's roll it out. From my vantage point, the issue has been funding. But that funding can be dealt with. Banks roll out automation of their system. There are finance houses. There are people who will be willing to partner with our system if there are proposals to enable them to do that. So the solution is, don't sit here and accept it as it comes. Liaise with the appropriate bodies. I don't see so much of that liaising. When they come on a visit, it's just a social visit. MBA should go beyond talking and start consulting and insisting set timelines. This is what we want, and this is how we can do it. Bring proposals to the table, and he followed through that proposal. That way there will be a change.
And on that note, I think that we have been challenged. By the way, whether we like it or we like it, virtual hearings is a thing that will be with us, whether we like it or not. The world has since moved forward. The world is distributed. The world is decentralized. The world is hybrid. And that's our current reality. I always say that people change only in two situations: when they want to change and when they have to change. But in this case, we do hope that we will look into the future, see what's coming, and we will want to change at the level of the judiciary, as practitioners, and as society. Thank you very much for being a very attentive audience, and I do hope that the conversation continues. Thank you very much to the wonderful, wonderful panelists. You all have been awesome, and you have been fantastic. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us put our hands together even louder for this panel. Thank you very much. I believe we all enjoyed that. And I believe we're all aware now that whether we like it or not, virtual hearings are here to stay. So can we have photographs, members of the MBA committee as well as members of the MBA Law Week Planning Committee? Can you come to the front? A lot of photographs have been taken between yesterday and today, and we will continue. CLE. Okay. So to clarify, everyone present is urged, you're encouraged to fill the CLE forms. And these CLE forms are online. They're not physical forms. If you registered for the event, I believe you'd receive the forms in your email. So please fill these forms so that you can receive your certificate. Thank you. So we're on to our final session. Our plenary sessions began yesterday. We did 4 sessions yesterday, and we have done 3 sessions so far today. We are at the 4th session for today and the 8th session of all plenary sessions. And this session addresses a very big elephant in the room, which is the role of the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive in the forthcoming elections. But I'll wait a few seconds for the pictures to be taken, and then I'll call up the moderator and panelists. Please, the panel, the members of the panel, can you wait to take your picture alone? the panel. No, the panel. Can the panel wait to take the pictures alone? Your own picture. Yeah, the panel. This wonderful panel. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, if I still have your attention. So before we move to our 8th and final plenary session, we're now going to welcome, for 5 minutes, the Electoral Reform and Sensitizations Committee, who would like to speak to us for 5 minutes, once again, on the forthcoming elections and our role as good electorate. Please put your hands together for this fine gentleman. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kayode Nisi Joshua, and I'm here on behalf of the Electoral Sensitizations and Reform Committee of the NBA Lagos branch. The mandate of the committee is, as the name suggests, to give sensitizations regarding elections and also to monitor elections. Now, you would see on the screen there a poster that shows clearly what the details of the elections are. We are just about a year away from the elections. And it is important. The conversation all the while has not just been, will the elections hold? It's been how participation in the elections can be encouraged. During the walk on Saturday, there was so much that was said about the need to get your PVCs, and not just getting your PVCs, but using it. Can I have the next slide, please? The next image up. Now, basically, because the elections are fast running towards us, INEC has been critical about the process of registering, getting your PVCs, knowing your election locations, and more importantly, for those who might have registered at different jurisdictions and are now in Lagos, how you can transfer your registration details onto the database in Lagos State. So please and please, from my knowledge, the process of, that's the current quarter of registration is on, and the last I checked, I think it closes today. So if you can, please find some time. If it doesn't close today, it closes at the end of this month. There's been a bit of a mix regarding that. Initially, it was supposed to be for the last day of March, but information that was coming in yesterday was showing that it was likely that they might stop it so that they can take an inventory of how the registration process has been thus far. Do we have the other pictures? Can we put them up? There are 4 other pictures which show shows information about how far registration has been. And if we cannot put that up, I will just have a run through on how much the process has been. Please give me a minute. Do we have the pictures up? Okay, so those pictures show information about online voters registration. And as at Monday, the 21st of March, that's the information. The total number of online registrations is about 7,466,000. The next picture, please. Basically, this just gives some infographic details into how the process has been. If you look at the age group, you would see that majorly for the youth population, we have, what's that? 8 million. The middle-aged, 3 million. The elderly, 1 million. And for those who are old, who are, I think, 70 and above, 210,000. The demography of this room would show that we have those who fall largely in the middle-aged, and I would believe that many of us are contained in this figure. And if not, please, I will encourage you to go and take a step to fix that so that the numbers can surge further. The next picture, please. Now, this is showing completed registrations as at the moment. There are those, so if you go to the portal, you would see that the portal allows you to transfer, newly register, and update your details. Now, as at 7 a.m. on Monday, the 21st of March, this is the information that shows those who have completed, not just started, but have completed their registration process. And you will still see that it's a far cry from what we saw from those who had started. For the youth population, which I belong to, we have 3 million out of the 8 million that have started. And that's a magic, is a huge gap from those who have started. Middle age, we had about 3 million. Now we have those who have completed 927,000. For the elderly, 381,000. And for those who are 70, just 53,000. These figures are not so encouraging. So I will urge you to please kindly go on the website, get information, and from there, take action. As we said on Saturday, please get your PVC. Don't just get it, use it also. Thank you so much. Over time, the committee would send information out regarding the possibility of another batch of the registration process that might happen before the elections. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the MBA Committee on Electoral Reform and Sensitization. So I believe that the summary of that presentation is that we should all register to vote in the forthcoming elections. And of course, our 8th and final session for today is on the forthcoming elections. We're going to have these fine senior gentlemen at the bar discuss the roles of the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive in the forthcoming elections, a critical appraisal. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not be tired. Please put your hands together as I welcome the moderator for this session, who is a partner at Babalaki & Co., Mr. Kehinde Daudu. Welcome. You're welcome. Please take your seats in front. The panelists for this session, the first of them, who I believe is joining us virtually, is Honorable Justice Ayo Phillips, retired Honorable Justice Ayo Phillips, who is a former Chief Judge of Lagos State. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Justice. And then, of course, also on this panel is the Honorable Attorney General of Lagos State, in the person of Mr. Moyosuri Onibanjo, SAN. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Attorney General. Okay, is he here or is he represented? No, okay. Then, of course, is another senior advocate of Nigeria, who I believe is Mr. Dapo Akino. So please put your hands together for Mr. How badly did I do there? You're smiling, sir. How badly did I do? Akinoshu. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please put your hands together all together. Anyway. Forgive me, I'm not Nigerian. I'm Canadian, you know. I'm half caste. And of course, the final person on this panel is a residence commissioner at INEC in Akwa Ibom State at the moment, is Mr. Mike Igini. He's here. He's a popular face. You must have seen him in the news. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. So everyone who was eager to ask about that electoral provision in the Electoral Act yesterday, there are a number of questions about that. I believe you can ask this panel. So once again, this panel has 45 minutes for discussions and 15 minutes for questions and answers. Okay. So I believe I'll give the microphone to the moderator at this point. Are you ready to go? Okay, you have the microphone. Okay. You want him to come up first? No. I want to show maybe the issue. It's working.
Far from here.
Thank you.
You can talk? Oh, okay. Thank you, the master of the ceremony. I think it's actually very instructive that before this session, the NBA Committee on Sensitization of Election and Electioneering actually put us through the process of registration. And I sensed as well that the reason we have this number of people in the audience is because of the importance of this particular session. I would think that Honorable Justice okay. I have the okay. We understand that I know that Honorable Justice Phillips should by now be joining us virtually. But I have the singular honor in place of to invite Mr. Babatunde Ogala, SAN, to come and join us here. Please, a round of applause for him. The good thing about it is that he straddled both, at least two aspects of it. The legislature, he was a member of the House of Assembly in Lagos State before, and he's part of, as in, he's a member of the ruling party in Lagos and ruling party in the country. So he'll be able to throw more light in some of the things, as in some of the questions that may come up.
Oh, here. He's going to make, I hope he's not going to make me look too.
Okay, we have Honorable Justice Ayo Phillips online as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Thank you.
So did you come in from?
Yeah, the way we have designed it is for it to be as interactive as possible. We have a retired member of the judiciary, which we think is very, very vital in the forthcoming election. We have Mr. Babatunde Ogala here, who was at a point in time a member of the House of Assembly and now part of the ruling party in Lagos and nationally. We have the umpire, a representative of the umpire, Independent National Electoral Commission, Mr. Mike Igini, a lawyer as well. And we have a senior advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Akin Oshun, who will tell us about his experiences and how the current Electoral Act 2022, the impact of it, and how they will see improvements in our election. But I will first go to Honorable Justice Phillips on the very first issue. It is important that the judiciary plays its role in all this process, albeit unobtrusively. But it will be important to know the role the judiciary has been playing, has played, and will continue to play in order to level the playing field, one, and to ensure that actually the will of the majority is actually properly expressed at the ballot. Over to you, my lord.
Well, good morning from here. Good afternoon in Lagos. Thank you very much for dragging me out of retirement to discuss this. Well, I'm just going to speak extempore because I'm really on vacation here. I didn't expect to use my brain very much. But just from my experience while I was on the bench, and well, luckily for me, I've had experience now for the past 5.5 years in an EMB, an electoral management body. So I've been taken outside my comfort zone and now have to work with politicians, which I found very interesting. But the judiciary really is very simple. Interpret the laws and the rules as they are in the statute books. And in so doing, use simple English to interpret it as we're told by the Supreme Court, and ensure that justice is done to both parties. We're supposed to be apolitical. We're not supposed to belong to any political party. So you really have no interest save to ensure that the rules and the laws are complied with. And that's our main role, really. No more, no less. It is unfortunate, however, that different courts give different interpretations to the various rules and guidelines and laws. With the effect at the end of the day is that there's a lot of confusion in this interpretation. One of which now, ends up in everybody trying to make the best of whatever they've got from the courts. And this is very unfortunate, because at the end of the day, it's the common man that goes to vote that is going to be disenchanted with the whole exercise. This has recently resulted in the electorate refusing to come out to vote. And that's what we've experienced in Lagos State, where the voter apathy is so bad that the last local government elections, we had barely 10% of the registered voters coming out to vote. But I'm sure some other speaker is going to discuss that at a later, as part of this discussion. But for now, the court itself, judges really have to sit down and decide how they want to handle the 2023 elections. We cannot afford to have different courts coming to different decisions and causing various clashes amongst the politicians and the electorate. This country has reached a stage now that we need to sit down and think very seriously about the future of Nigeria. And we need to vote in the people that we feel are the right persons for the job. The judiciary, when the politicians, the legislature, the executive, and the politicians themselves, when they clash, at the end of the day, they're going to come to the courts. And that is where the matter should be settled once and for all. But when they come to the courts and the matter is even made, more confusion is thrown into the mix, then what happens? There will be mayhem. So our main role really is to do justice, interpret the law, say what it says clearly. If it goes on appeal, it goes on appeal. They uphold the judgment, or they add more to it, or they dismiss the judgment. At least, if you're going to make a mistake, make an honest mistake. Don't make mistakes that give the impression that you're favoring one party as against the other. You have to wash your hands clear of any political leanings. I remember when I was nominated to be part of the Election Petitions Tribunal in Adamawa State in the early 2000s. Justice Abdullahi, the then president of the Court of Appeal, said something that has stayed with me till now, which I pass on to the judges that come to me for advice when they are appointed, is that the job is quite easy and quite straightforward once you confine yourself to the facts before you. It's when you want to try to help another party that you get into trouble and the job becomes very difficult. And I found that to be my watchword. And I found it to be very, very true also. You look at the law, they're asking you to interpret this section of the electoral law as opposed to the Constitution and the guidelines. You just read them all, listen to arguments of both sides. Of course, lawyers will always do their best to defend their clients. You can call black white. It is for you as the judge to see whether it is white or whether it is black. If it's clearly white, it is white. If it's clearly black, it is black. There's no in between. There's no gray area. And you give your judgment, and that's it. If you've made a mistake, the Court of Appeal will point out where you made the mistake. But if in your argument you go round and round and round and round and try to make matters look as if they're not, then you're going to get into trouble, and then you'll be impugned. Not only will your judgment be dismissed, you'll be impugned as a judge as being biased, which we should try to avoid. So basically, our main duty is just interpret what you have before you. Give your judgment. Do your best. Ensure if you're dealing with ballots, if you disqualified some polling units or those polling units, they will be deducted. At the end of the day, give the person who you think, according to your judgment, and from the evidence before you, very important, is the winner, give the person, and that's that. You'll find that when you give a judgment that is fair and honest, there's no trouble. It's when the judgment seems to be against all common sense. That's when you find all kinds of comments in the newspapers, all kinds of discussions about you, all kinds of people that should not even impugn your integrity will be impugning your integrity. It's a very delicate balance. And so the only way to avoid being castigated in that form is to just interpret what you see before you, and then there'll be no problem whatsoever. So that is our duty as I see it. It's quite straightforward.
Thank you, my Lord.
Ensure that justice is done.
Thank you.
Ensure that justice is done.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We all agree that this is what we want the judiciary to do. Nobody wants a situation, Imo situation, Zamfara situation, or Bayelsa situation. We want the will of the people and the choice of the people to lead the people. I will move on to Mr. Igini, the INEC rec. And we've all seen, recently the president assented the bill, and it's become the Electoral Act 2022. There have been analyses in both on social media and even in the mainstream media. we've seen back and forth with respect to a particular provision of the Electoral Act. I'm sure there are views that will be expressed in that regard. In your own view, how prepared is INEC for the forthcoming election? You would have noticed that, okay, they must have noticed that there are gaps in the Electoral Act 2010. Have those gaps been plugged in the 2022 Electoral Act? So the questions are twofold.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I just observe all protocols have been well laid and to go to the question directly. But first, I want to thank the Lagos branch of Nigeria MBA for having this topic as the main theme of your annual week, as well as the subtopic, democracy and legal order, the rule of law, the role of judiciary, legislature, and the executive. I say this because the subject is not only engaging, but the content, significance, and topicality, necessarily because of the forthcoming 2023 elections. I am sitting here as one who had been out there before interrogating INEC processes. Now I am inside, so I will be speaking from the direct experience, the reality of the Nigerian experience on election day, the role of judiciary as well, it's just talked about by the CJ legislature, are well defined in the Constitution. But the challenge that we have faced over the years on matters of election service delivery has to do with the political class who are out to rig elections, to manipulate the process. Election is a period to renew the journey of any society. And 2023 is going to be another opportunity again to renew the journey of a country, the policies, and even people who have presided over the affair of a country for that period. I want to declare here today that the problem is not much about INEC preparations. It's not about whether by virtue of the provision of the new Act 2022, monies should be released 1 year before election. That is not the problem that we have. The problem we have, and we must tell ourselves, inconvenient truths. We have to look at the role of our colleagues, lawyers, and judges. And that is why in one of the interviews I granted, I said, if Nigeria will die, Nigeria will die because of the role of we lawyers. On an account of what I have seen, I will tell you this. Our profession is not just a profession to earn a living. It's a very important profession in the life of any society. No question of the rule of law and democracy. Now, as far as we are concerned, the legislature has come out with the 2022 Electoral Act, which is good enough, even though there are few issues that we may point out, but good enough to prepare for 2023. But the challenge will be, we are seated here having this conversation, but the non-constitutional actors, the non-legitimized actors that will torpedo the process, they are not here. So in fact, it is good that we discuss here, but the real people who will torpedo 2023 election, they are not here. Because in election is a reflection of the value of the entire society. And that is why law should not be seen as a self-contained subject that can be studied like in a laboratory, like a specimen laboratory system. No. Law is a reflection of the collective value of society. And that is why if you look at the election pyramid, you have up to 15 concentric stages. Number one, you have the INEC on top. Number two, you have the state office. Number three, you have the local government. But from the position of SPOs, supervising presiding officers, who will be in charge of men and ballot paper and result sheets, they are now giving out to Nigerians. From there to presiding officers, the collation officers, at the ward level, at local government level, down to the last point. So if you look at the pyramid, on election day, INEC is just personnel and mere supervisors. So the outcome of all the elections we've had are clear reflection of the total value of the Nigerian people. And that is why you find that people of presumed integrity, a professor of a university, could generate, publish, and announce the return of somebody who didn't win the election. Of course, we have to ensure that the rule of law takes precedent. He's already cooling himself in the prison for 3 years. There's another professor, is also on trial at the moment. So where we are, the problem is not about law. As we speak today, all of us, you must take this very seriously. That this conversation we are having here, please, why I commend the Lagos branch to be the first branch in the country for kickstarting the process of 2023. I must say here, I am very worried for 2023. I'm worried because the activities of non-state actors. I'm worried because Levinsky and Zipler, in their recent work, How Democracy Died, they made the point that the moment the political class begin to reject the norms, values on which democracy is practiced, democracy will die. Today, on matters of who should be a candidate in a political party, even the political party don't want their members to participate in that process. So you hear about affirmation, consensus, all kinds of things, a movement away from the process of allowing people to make a choice on election. This is very challenging for us. But as a commission, we are very impressed by the provision of section 47, subsection 1 to 2, that are finally, even though we don't need to go to that extent, but at least have incorporated the innovations in INEC to the extent that the corridor, the beavers, the IRF, have now been recognized in the statutes. Even though section 160, in the fourth alteration, I made it clear, abundantly clear, that INEC, of all the executive bodies established under section 153 of the Constitution, has the power to make rules or otherwise regulate its own procedure without recourse to any authority, including the president. Yet, we have been on a debate for the past how many years, talking about how INEC should not that. And it's largely because of what the courts have done. The interpretation that have been given by the court to deal with legislation that had to do with mischief, because every provision of the electoral proposal, they are intended to deal with a previous mischief. But how has these things been provision been interpreted in the tribunals? I'll give you an example. Section 285 of the Constitution has made it clear that the level of tribunal, it should be within 180 days. The Court of Appeal, it should be 60 days. And this level of Supreme Court should be 60 days. How do you now explain in 2012, 2011, in the case of Kebbi governorship election and one in Delta, when the Court of Appeal knows very well that it's no longer the final court on governorship election matters. Therefore, it does not have that privilege of giving your decision and saying you will give your reasons later. Because anybody damnified by that outcome, we have to go to Supreme Court. By the time they gave their judgment, they gave their decision, but they gave their reason outside the constitutional provision. Now, the matter went to the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, the same panel sat on the same day, on the same ground, for that of Kebbi and that of Delta, with respect to the fact that it's now a nullity, on the one hand, they allowed one, and the other one was struck out. But the question which you ask, does the Court of Appeal, is it right for the Court of Appeal to do that? You know you are not the final court anymore. It's only the Supreme Court that can even do that, because it's the final court on the subject matter. That was something that was terrible. So people went to court without remedy. Similarly, you also find that Section 51, talking about overvoting, we have conversed over time that with the introduction of the permanent voter's card, it doesn't matter if on a register of voter you have 200 people, but because you cannot vote without your PVC, and only 100 people have a PVC, and on election day, 70 people came for voting. Now, when you now talk about overvoting, it should be based on the total number of those who collected permanent voters card, and not the total number of registered voters. But the court will always agree with election riggers, manipulators, that it should be based on total number of registered voters, because we all know that for all material purposes, if you don't have a PVC, you cannot vote. That was why politicians have been buying voters card across the country. But thank God, Section 51 now has now recognized that what they call overvoting, or is situation that will lead to what they call a repeat election, will now be based on the total number of accredited voters, no longer on the number of registered voters. But for a very long time, they were reluctant to do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for. Thank you. I'm sure if we leave you, if you have enough time, there will be many things you will share with us. But I'm sure I will come back to you. The audience are waiting. They have questions to ask. But I'll go to Mr. Akeoshu now. And I have referenced that particular provision before. I had planned that question for the Honorable Attorney General, being a member of the executive, but unfortunately he's not here. But we have a very, very reputable member of the ruling party in Lagos and a senior advocate of Nigeria as well. So these questions will go to both Mr. Akeosho, SAN, and Mr. Ogala, SAN. A lot has been said about Section 84, Sub 12. And in the last week, if I remember correctly, we heard of a decision of a court in respect of same. And without prejudice to that decision or what may be the outcome in the appellate court, what are your views about it, Mr. Akeoshu? The question will come to you, but I want Mr. Akeoshu to go first.
Thank you. I stand on, or am I sitting on existing protocol now? And thank the organizers for these beautiful sessions. But going quickly to the issue, Section 84.12 specifically, I think it relates to, it says, no political appointee shall be a voting delegate or be voted for at the convention or congress of a party or any meeting that is geared towards selecting candidates for an election. It says no political appointee. Who is a political appointee? Who constitutes that class of political appointees? The judgment in Oka expanded that scope and talked about public officers and things, but like my brother said, that section came to cure a particular mischief. Yeah. And what was the mischief that was sought to be cured? Political appointees became voting delegates. A political appointee is not only a public officer, but every minister, the special assistant to the minister, the commissioners, and we saw from time past when elections were coming, the statutory delegates, for instance, I believe, as at today, if you take the class of former governors, former deputy governors, members of the House of Assembly, members of the National Assembly and State House of Assembly, who make the delegates, you will find the total of about 7,000 across the board. But if political appointees are allowed to vote as delegates, that means that I, as a governor of Lagos State, I can appoint 50 people as my political appointees and make them delegates, thereby unfairly increasing or changing the game against the competition. So I believe that was the mischief that it was created, that was meant to correct. The court now says that part of it is struck out. Why the court said that, how the court said that. And you see, as I said as well, sometimes the problem with Nigeria is lawyers, and God will deliver us from ourselves. We blame the judge, but some lawyer crafted that application. Some lawyer went to argue it before the court and got those orders. What was he asking for? That it should be struck out and that the Attorney General should remove it from the Constitution. Does a court have the power to void a section of the law that is inconsistent with the Constitution? Certainly. But when he does he have the power to tell the Attorney General, go and remove it from the rule book? I believe that is a bit outside his, void it and leave it at that. But he went ahead. So the speed at which that matter was heard in Oka leaves a lot of questions to be asked. I'm sure many of us here have filed applications, and for months we're still waiting for a date. I have applications which were filed since 2009. We're still awaiting dates in the court. So when a matter gets listed, heard, and judgment comes up quickly, it leaves some questions to be asked. Then you ask, INEC was not a party. National Assembly is not a party. Why would you leave the main players out of a judgment like this? Why did the matter go to an Oka, I think, Anambra State?
Abakaliki, actually.
Abakaliki is Oka. Is Oka?
Umaya.
You see, even there's some confusion here.
We're not even sure where it is.
Where am I went to? Why did it leave Abuja in the first instance? All the necessary parties are in Abuja. Why would you take the matter outside Abuja to go and get an order in less than 2 weeks and then ask the Attorney General to enforce? And you see, when we look at the problems that we create ourselves, then you begin to ask, what role do we as lawyers want to play in 2023? Do we want to break down the system, or do we really want the country to continue? Because it's a very simple matter. The law says, don't be voting delegates. If you want to be a delegate, resign your appointment before the convention. They said it affects your fundamental right of association, and all kinds of arguments have been brought up under the Constitution. But I ask, if you are not a voting delegate, you can still associate freely. All it says is that if you want to vote, resign. Is that too much to do? And I'm at a loss, but thank God my learned brother Silk is here. He's been in the legislature. He's in the executive. He's part of the executive too. Sadly, I was hoping Moyo would be here to answer these questions, but I think at this point I'll let him answer that part of the question. Why do legislators create problem for us?
Well, thank you, Dapo. First, I've not been in the executive. And I'm going to take my intervention from the angle of, one, yes, I've been a legislator. Secondly, I'm a lawyer who has practiced extensively on electoral matters. And thirdly, as the immediate past national legal advisor of APC, I could also be said to be very familiar with party's constitution and that process. First, APC constitution, for instance, does not make any provision for making members of the executive delegates. It does not. In fact, they are not. You first have to go and emerge as a delegate from your ward and local government. So if, as a minister, you want to be a voting delegate, you must be elected at your ward level and not by virtue of your appointments. So I'm at a loss, first, where the National Assembly was coming from, putting what does not exist in the party's constitutions. But the other thing then is, if somebody has to be elected at the grassroots level, why then would you make another legislation to disenfranchise him and those who have elected him? Again, where the National Assembly was coming from, I really do not know. But, and then you now say he cannot vote and be voted for. So I do not know where the National Assembly is coming from on that. However, having said that, it has become part of the body, our body of laws. Like that was observed. I've been trying to wrap my head around how a bill that became law less than 4 weeks ago, I believe, the Electoral Act was signed into law about 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, 24, 20.
And within 3 weeks of the enactment of that law, a suit has been filed, it has been defended, and judgment has been delivered. Albeit, with all respect to those from that area, in the backwaters of Oka or Umuahia, and not in Lagos and Abuja, where the whole world will see. And it's even more curious that the Attorney General is saying, I shall not appeal. Well, I leave that to your imagination. I'm also in politics, and I know sometimes our aspirations and ambitions could drive us to use our offices to achieve some things we want. But the question is, like Mike Egeni has also observed, who filed this application is a lawyer. Who defended? A lawyer. Who delivered that judgment?
A lawyer.
A lawyer. Our profession is the problem. Without doubt. So for me, section, and the judge in even delivering judgment, in my opinion, had a total misconception of the law. The case of Fayemi Anoni, which is almost the locus on whether a political appointee can seek elections. In that case, where I was a counsel, I argued that matter at the Supreme Court. The issue was a Shegoni who had lost in the primaries to Kayode Fayemi had gone to court and had canvassed that Fayemi ought to have resigned before participating in the party's primaries, because the Constitution says public servants must resign 30 days. But the Supreme Court, and rightly, and that was the position I canvassed, the Constitution envisages one in the public service for purpose of general election and not party primaries. Because if we're going to look at that, with the new electoral law, which has now said the primaries should be held at least 6 months, and you are saying 30 days, that means they will resign by now. Perhaps that is what this section 8412 was trying to address. And then the question I then ask.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You have cut me off.
Sorry?
You have cut me off.
No, oh, okay, I thought you finished.
I
No,
said,
please
I
go
said,
ahead.
I don't say the question I then ask. And that is why I come back to the National Assembly, because the legislature, in my opinion, is part of the creation of that problem. Because that matter was no doubt going to be litigated upon, but not in the manner it has been done. Again, I disagree with those who think the National Assembly ought to have been joined. And I think it's a total misconception. When it becomes law, when it becomes a law, the National Assembly is functions official. It has become a law of the country. When it's a bill, it is their baby. When it's a law, it's collectively owned by all of us. And the National Assembly has no business in, because I'm hearing that they want to appeal. And I'm wondering where are they going to find the locals to join? As what? Nobody has stopped you from doing your work. You have done your work. Another body has only said maybe you have not done it well. I'm not saying that is correct. By the same token, sir, INEC has no business in that suit, because the law has not in any way infringed on what and what INEC should do or not do. It's a law of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I shudder to think that I can't imagine you say maybe a section of the criminal law are faulty, and you say we must join the police and all those who investigate crime. It's whatever comes out of it. I understand it may slow INEC down, and I feel sorry for Mike Egini and his friends and his colleagues in INEC, as I look forward to seeing you on Saturday, and I want to see with this confusion on hand, because my party's, the APC's convention is on Saturday, and that will be the first test of this section 8412, one way or the other, and how INEC wants to, how he's going to manage the process, because it's going to be an ongoing process. By Monday, you can be sure, after the convention, litigation all over the place.
The challenge you will have
let me just...
The challenge you have with that
Okay.
is where a court of appeal revisits that judgment and sets it aside for argument's sake. And APC has done the convention based on the fact that political appointees or public office holders have been registered as delegates. The law in section 13 says anything that is based on that, on the subsection 13, is voidable or void ab initio. So with all the candidates or party officials elected from that process, would they be nullified? That will now become, and that is part of the reasons why it is important that the arbiters at least have a say in it at this stage.
No, I do not agree the arbiters. And I will give you, political matters that I handled in the last exercise couldn't have been less than 20, 30, And the arbiter, most of the time, they are just what they are. They are observers. Even though I don't agree they should be observers, because when you challenge an election, you are challenging the administrative action of INEC, not the candidates. It's INEC's integrity you impugn. But when INEC comes in to defend, they say they are taking sides. So I sympathize with INEC on that score. Because when you say election has been mismanaged or rigged, it is them. But again, a lot of the time, INEC takes a backseat. So I do not agree. And I think, let this process run. I was National Legal Advisor when APC was banned from having candidates in Rivers because it did not comply with a certain order of courts, which is the congresses you have elected, you have conducted to elect these delegates, ought not to have been held because there was a subsisting order of court saying, don't proceed. That was in 2018. Of course, it came down the line to say everything, those who have now been elected at primaries that were where those who were elected
candidates
emerged were null and void because it stood on nothing. Same thing for Zamfara. So, and it's unfortunate it happened, but sometimes I don't feel sorry for my party. I mean, and I'm sitting here with us, yes. I mean, the fact that I belong to a party does not mean I shouldn't know what is right. I'm a lawyer primarily. This is my second address. I can walk out of that tomorrow. So for me, I think that's why I said it's a litmus test on Saturday for APC itself. But again, the question is, as of today, the law is that political appointees can participate. If the Court of Appeal subsequently reverses that order or shoots it down, I'm not too sure. You will now say what had been held. The law as of today is that such appointees cannot be part of the Congress on Saturday or the convention on Saturday, either seeking to be elected or, to vote for those to be elected. They may resign on Friday, and if they lose the election, they will be reappointed on Monday.
Interesting. It's actually...
And let me also quickly say this. Other than the party constitution, other than APC constitution, at least that I know, nothing in law even says you cannot be a political appointee and hold a party office. After all, our national chairman today holds an executive position and a party position, which, in my opinion, I thought the Supreme Court gave us a hint and a wink, so I called it.
That's working committee, not
no, I was a member of the working committee that was sent away, courtesy of you people.
Thank you, Senior Advocate. Thank you for that.
But, moderator, before you go, I think I want to say this very seriously. In the whole of the electoral process, Justice Phillips has spoken. She was an umpire until recently. Umpire like Mike. I think if we must have credible elections and electoral process in this country, honestly, it is us lawyers. Lawyers are the biggest problem. I say this with all sense of responsibility. I was in office for a little over 2 years. I would have managed about 3,000 cases as legal advisor of APC across the nation. Some I could not. But in all of these matters, if you ask me, over 60%, if not 70%, had no business being in court at all. Some is just to get an interim order, and that's the end. I've had instances where judges deliver judgments at 10 p.m. In fact, in one of those matters, Justice Roosevelt said, was it a coven of witches? Where a judge. I've appeared in a matter where persons who did not even participate in party primaries at all will go and craft some things. In fact, there was a particular matter I did. The fellow is a minister today. He sat briefly in the House of Reps, and I was so agitated that I said, as legal advisor, I would go and argue this case personally. He came with plenty of, the monies they talk about is not small when they want those things. When I mean it's not small, it's not small. But you must be strong to resist it. Now, what did he do? He had participated in the primaries of a party and decamped to another party when he didn't win. Then there was somebody who was not even a candidate or said she was a candidate or an aspirant at the primaries and said he was challenging the primaries. And now, that is an intra-party matter. And now said the prayer was that, final prayer was that the person who lost the primaries should be declared. Some shady thing, who had decamped to another party. A judge granted that prayer. It was crazy. Then they hid it. Just like the way they hid the injunction of November, which has just surfaced now. Then they hid it. Then she presented it and he got a certificate of returns for a brief period, but all the way to the Supreme Court. So for me, it is us lawyers. This was a judge. We were in his court at 8 p.m. There was no lights. Because he had to do what he had to do, he took off his gown. He said we could take off our own too. He took off his bibs. Suddenly the shirt even went off. He's a lawyer. So you see, it is us lawyers who prepared this. I've sat down in office as National Legal Advisor, and this I'm speaking the truth, where people have come to me with matters where judgment will be delivered on a Monday, and these are two judgments. Do you want to purchase? They were brought to me by lawyers. In the process of this, I learned in Abuja that there are some lawyers they call consultants.
Thank you, Mr.
And what are those consultants?
Thank you, Mr. Ogala.
You need not be told.
Thank you.
So lawyers, in my opinion, are the problem. If we can purge ourselves, especially we the seniors.
The senior lawyers.
Yeah, because those are the ones they patronize the SANs like that for one day.
Thank you.
Prof. Yekazu.
Thank you. I know it's a very, very topical issue. I have two other questions, but I won't bother on that. I would go to the floor and ask for just two questions from the audience, if there are.
There's a hand at the mic.
Okay. Please, microphone, please. One of the organizers of this event wants to ask us a question. And a senior lawyer as well.
Part of the problem.
I need a clarification relating to Mike Guinness' carpeting of professors. So 2 professors out of how many?
Professors.
So I want Mike to assess the performance and intervention of ASU as far as the integrity of the electoral process is concerned. So if we look away from lecturers, which block do we turn to? Which social or professional class do we turn to? Lawyers? Do we give that role to lawyers? So how has that group performed generally? The circumstances you referred to, are they isolated cases or they are general? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question, please? Oh, in addition to that, in addition to what Professor Abiola Soni said, I was wondering, why is it that it is only professors they call to come and do that thing? Is it because the person that is the INEC chairman is a professor and he deems it fit that it's only professors that can do it? What if the person that becomes the INEC chairman tomorrow is an architect? Would it be right to call architects to do it?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
First, it has to do with numbers.
Numbers?
Yes, required across the country. We deploy over 1 million. Just in Akwa Ibom, we deployed 20,048 for 31 local government. But on the other question as to their level of performance, what is clear to me, as someone who has been in the system, with the level of, I must say this here, some of us, we get very frustrated with what we see. And I tell you here, please, this will not be a one-off thing. What is ahead of us is beyond just talking about this coming to the whole here. We need to take it further because there's decline of politics in our country. And there's expanding role of the law. The law court have been asked to answer political questions. And that's one of the things Jonathan Sumption, the retired Supreme Court Justice of England, warned about. That the moment courts are made to answer political questions, over time, politicians will take over the influence, will continue to influence the process. As we speak, we must tell ourselves inconvenient truth. I am in the system. Do you know that the politician today, one of the intent is to have a judge as your friend. They must have the judge as your friend. Do you know that they come to INEC offices? Of course, some of them have not had the misfortune of coming to me anyway. They will come and they will tell our staff, look, by tomorrow 12 noon, we are going to get an order. All I just want from you is that you people, you persuade your Oga to obey. And by 12 noon tomorrow, you get an order. You remember what Babangida said about judicial anarchy? Everything is traceable to us. It's a problem. Today, in Nigeria, 774 local governments of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, they are not under democracy. They have been hijacked by 36 state governors who, despite the fact that they belong to different political parties, when it comes to the conduct of local government, they are together. How do you explain that for every state in charge of that state, all local government elections are won by that party? Councillor, everything. No democracy at that level at the moment. Despite having somebody like our former retired CJ, who was head of a commission in Lagos here, and several of them, we have some of the brightest, some of the greatest people who have headed the state SIEC. But the problem is lack of independence, operational independence. The final thought I just want to say here, that has to do with the issue of INEC have been working hard to ensure that we give meaning and purpose to the ballot as the best means of expression of the will of the people in a democracy. But what we are seeing is total frustration from the political class. You can see already now the gathering storm. 2023 election is what we call new elite formation election. It's not like second term election where it's okay, they just allow them to go. 2023 is a new ball game altogether. The disarray is going to be more complex in the days ahead, as from the 5th of September, when we have issued them a notice for primaries. You are going to see the drama. Most of the people you are seeing together, you will not see them together, within the same party anymore. So, INEC, we have, by the beavers that we have developed, what we have done is to ensure that the idea that at the polling unit, the result that have been announced, when it goes to the Work Collation Center, it's been altered, it's been changed, like what the professor did, We have changed all that because at the moment, at the polling unit where you are, using the IREF, the result review portal, once it is uploaded to the cloud, all right, the Work Collation officer doesn't have anything to do with the presiding officer. He already have access to see it. And that's what we did in Edo State. 2 million viewers across the world. So that you cannot change it. Lawyers nowadays, you don't need to bother yourself. Go to the cloud. The original result sheet, you can get it there, print it, and come to INEC office. So the INEC officer will not be dribbling you when you want to get CTC of document and all that. The final point is the burden of proof. The burden of proof is very important here. You see, we want to give account because election provide both vertical and horizontal accountability. And that is why we came up with innovation. Now, judges, our colleagues in the bar, please, we plead with you that please give effect to some of those provisions that were born out of mischief. For instance, Section 31 of the Evidence Act, it says whoever asserts the existence of fact, not non-existence, that it has the onus to prove it. Go to Section 136. Go to section, particularly subsection 2 and Section 140, when it says that whoever has special knowledge of any fact should be the one to do so. INEC, the burden of higher election is well conducted. It should be placed on INEC. That is our position. That you, because election is a generic process that has the constitutive element of voting, accreditation, voting, sorting, declaration, and making a return. All the material, they are within your special knowledge. So why is it that the court in helping politicians? Because today, the man you return is made the first respondent. INEC is made second or third respondent. Why should that be so? The institution that conducted the election, who is in custody of the materials, who recruited people, trained them, deployed them, made the announcement, made a return, in charge of everything, should be the one first to prove it's going to shift. That is electoral accountability. But the court, they don't seem to join us in that direction. Look at Section 135. In the current act, they have, in the process, every time we're trying to amend, trying to get a new law, they remove the old ones that are good out of it. Section 135 has now excluded INEC regulations, guideline, and manual made pursuant to the powers donated to INEC under the Constitution and even the Electoral Act. Why should that be so? When Section 135 says, or 137 says, 135, that elections shall not be invalidated for a reason that there is no compliance with order given by INEC. Why should that be? Why should that be? I'm very sure that some of our colleagues in the bar, in the bench, when the argument is put before them, they are going to work on it. That was why a senior advocate, talking about our senior, you see, the leadership of our profession, you must continue to show, being a good role model to others. Because a senior advocate who went to the court and argued in the last election that INEC guidelines and manual are mere instructions. That was the argument. And it was upheld by the court. How can that be? And this is terrible. And that's why I wrote to the commission that this our senior should not be made to represent INEC anymore. I wrote that letter to them.
Thank you.
And that's what they have done.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I want to.
Thank
Can I
you.
just respond to that?
Even though Mr. Ogala, SCN, has
because okay,
some
sorry.
qualification, but I want to go to the Honorable CJ first to give our thoughts on how you've already, my Lord has already stated some of these things before, but it keeps coming back to us that from comments from Mr. Egini, that the courts are still not fully where they should be, and that runs through the whole strata. We want to know what my Lord thinks about that and how the bench can address the situation. She's muted. You're muted. Is it from here?
Yeah, she must have been muted from.
No, I didn't. Okay. Somebody muted me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Right. Well, I sat here and I've received the bashing from left and right for behalf of the judiciary, and it's unfortunate, but I do agree that we have not really placed ourselves where we should be placed in these issues. Granted, lawyers, as I said before, lawyers will be lawyers. They will do whatever to obtain judgment for their clients, but it remains for us to stand firm. And I think this goes to the appointment, the people, the men and women that are appointed to the High Court bench and the appellate bench. There needs to be something done about the criteria for appointment of these persons. The NJC, I hear now, is conducting interviews. In Lagos State, we set exams and all that, but something has to do about the training of these officers, no matter how good they are and how highly they're recommended, because we don't seem to have the right people on the bench as at present to handle the challenges of the fallout from elections, which is very important. We can't complain about our political leaders. Politicians will always do their best to get what they want. It's for us to put an end to it and to stand firm and do what is right. So I think the judiciary itself needs to look inwards and strengthen itself, because it's not strong enough as we speak. We need to have men and women of integrity, men and women of good conviction, well-versed, well-learned people who know the law, know where to find the law, and will do and have an innate sense of justice to do what is right. Just interpret what you have before you and speak the truth. That's all you need to do. You're being paid a salary. You don't need anything from anybody else. Just your integrity is at stake. So just work hard and make sure you maintain that good integrity. So for the judiciary, I agree it is weak as we speak, but it should strengthen itself. And that's the NJC and the various state CJs should do what is necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melo. Thank you. Well, Mr. Gara, you wanted to... Yes, I urge you to make it as in just 1 minute, yes. Please.
What I'm going to say here, I hope my Kigene won't also write my name that Daniel should not give me briefs. Because I'm coming for your briefs. But we've said so much about the judiciary, the political class, and of course lawyers. I think one thing we cannot also run away from is that INEC too is highly, highly complicit. And when I say INEC here, we should look at INEC beyond the leadership of the Mikey Guinness. It permeates all the way to the ward and polling unit level. What do we have, even at the national level? There is no political party today that does not have what they call an INEC liaison officer. INEC itself has to display some consistency. INEC, from my experience, I saw a lot of consistency, a lot of cherry picking, and more often than not, I'll give you an instance. About a week or two ago, Governor Bello wrote to INEC to say, well, APC constitution, APC NEC meeting was going to hold on so day, even though he didn't need to inform INEC. Why he did that, I don't know. But INEC replied and said, by their guidelines, it's the secretary and the chairman that they recognize. But the same INEC is aware and conscious of the judgment of the Supreme Court in Akeredolu and Jegede, where by a split decision, almost a split 5-2, I think, 5-2 decision, it was seriously canvassed that Governor Buni, having signed the nomination, ought not to be. The Supreme Court, in its wisdom, I think the ingenious, and I called in the article I wrote a wink and a hint. They said his action was going to come, and indeed his office, and because he was not joined, the Supreme Court evaded the issue. But in that case, and in some other authorities, the courts have said it is immaterial. It is not for INEC to determine who signs for the party on behalf of the party, as long as the party can show you that it has resolved. So, because I understand it could be multiplicity of signatures you are trying to avoid and all of that, you know. But as long as, but in this case you said, no, that's what you recognize and that's what the guidelines. What about the judgment of the Supreme Court, which has said that guidelines, in fact, it has been shut down technically by the Supreme Court. So INEC itself needs to be consistent. And I also say this from my own practical experience. I've seen too many cases of INEC interpreting orders almost on all fours differently, especially at pre-election stages. On all fours, they interpret differently, and I sit back as legal advisor. I get a court order, I send to INEC. Respect this, this is what the court has said. INEC obeys today. Tomorrow, I send an order. INEC says, no, I will not obey this. Or indeed, INEC tells me, oh, declaratory order, you cannot obtain a stay. Whether a bad order or not is not for INEC to interpret. So what comes to my mind? While in some cases you get such, I am obliged to first obey, even if I'm going to have it set aside. While on the other hand, you see the same INEC say, we will not obey this. I think INEC is not in a position to decide which orders to obey or not, just as I am not.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, and I would say this, as corrupt as the politicians are, it's because they also find collaboration within the system. Mike, you might say, I remember your spat with my two people, Adams and Akpabio. You know, I mean, you would know I would never get involved in such matters. But what about other electoral returning? I've had instances where resident electoral commissioners have called me as legal advisor. I mean, what is he calling me for in the build-up to the election? That you have not spoken with us. So INEC too is a big, big issue in the electoral process.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it will be, sorry, Mr. Eginin. I know you may have a right of, you may want to reply.
Yes.
But unfortunately, at the point there has to be an end to litigation. Before then, sir. What this tells us is that we are all a product of our society.
Exactly.
The lawyers, the arbiters, the judges, we are all a product of Nigeria. We all have to do some introspection, as in to see what we actually want. Do we want to be like this or to be slimy? Because that's the message that is coming out. INEC is complicit, lawyers are doing this, the bench is not as what we want it to be. I wouldn't know if there's any more question from the
professors are complicit.
From the audience. I know that Mr. Igini wants a right of reply, or he has changed it. He said information. He wants to give us some information.
Right.
Please make it brief.
Oh, very quickly. The CVR, thank you for being part of the civic education from the information you put out here. This third quarter we end today, but the fourth quarter is going to come up at a date that will be announced, and it's most likely to be closed by June with respect to 2023 elections. So please avail yourself, take opportunity once we commence the fourth quarter so that you can get yourself registered. Barring any change, I'm very sure that by June we'll close that to prepare the country for the next election. I think just one area we didn't mention, I'll just put it out here, is the executive. We need to ask ourselves a question, whether going to 2023, security agency will be neutral or will be partial. That is the greatest threat to our election, I must say, this year. Because you will find it somewhere within a party, the security apparatus of a state is given to one group of persons, aspirant at the level of their aspiration right now, somebody controlling the security. After being a candidate, it will now have inter-party election. Somebody is in charge of security.
Yes.
We need absolute neutrality of security. That is going to be the greatest problem we are going to have. And that's why I told you that right now, this should not be a one-off thing because of what is ahead of us. If I am to tell you a few things, you will be very disturbed. But I believe that as a people, as a nation, we can overcome once we are able to come together to recognize the fact that election is what provides working legitimacy to those who are in public office to exercise power on behalf of the people. So this is very important. Security, neutrality of security.
Thank
very
you.
important.
Thank you, Mr. Igini. Mr. Akelshu, do you have any final thoughts on this?
No, just as it says, but the most important player is me and you. What are we doing to prepare for 23? It is okay to say politicians are doing this, lawyers, courts, but are we involved in the system? Many of us just play our politics on social media and we don't get involved. I was like many of us here. My involvement was to criticize and look at it and say how bad this government is. But in reality, until we get our voters card, I thought that was all. But now I know it is important we go and join the party at the grassroots. Who decides who's going to be the president tomorrow is these delegates who are coming together in Abuja. How do you become a delegate? Many of us don't know. Who exactly are these delegates? You don't know. But those are the people who determine who becomes the president, the governor, and whatever. So whether it is a goat and a dog they bring out for us, that is who you can vote for with your PVC. So we must make it a point of duty as lawyers to be a part of the system from the grassroots. Go and join a party, any party, at the grassroots, at your ward level. Many of us don't know our local government chairman. Many of us are not interested. But the truth is that those are the people that will determine whether your children will remain in this country or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very big thank you to Honorable Justice Ayo Phillips. We had to bring you out of very early to join us here. We're grateful for your time. Mr. Igini, this is not the first time. I'm sure many in the audience would have heard you speak before. And we've read news, as in, of course, positive things about you. We're glad that you are a lawyer and that you are holding that torch for us. Thank you, Mr. Akelshu SAN, for the admonition. And thank you, Mr. Ogala. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no more questions, in fact, it's closed now. There won't be any more questions. So we've come to the end of this session. Where's the MC? Thank you.
I believe we enjoyed this session. I thoroughly enjoyed it. So I believe it's more deserving. It's deserving of a bigger applause. I enjoyed the crossfire and the call to introspection. So I believe everyone in the House has their PVCs, and everyone will be voting in the forthcoming elections. I will not ask us to raise our hands if we have PVCs. I will assume that we're all good citizens of the country. Put your hands together once again for this fantastic panel. Can we have the photographers here? Can we take our final set of pictures for the day? It has been a wonderful, wonderful, impactful day. And we're thankful to all panelists and moderators for making it to the venue.
I hope my Lord will be in.
Oh, yes. There's a recurrent special request for my Lord to remain in the online frame so that she can feature in the picture. Okay, I think she heard me, yes. Okay, so while the pictures of these beautiful and handsome committee members are being taken, may I remind you that although this is the last plenary session, it does not end the law week of the Nigerian Bar Association of the Lagos branch. This is not the end. Our events continue tomorrow, Thursday and Friday as well. So please make it a date to join us on Wednesday, for instance. That is tomorrow. We have a health check and we have a charity visit. So if you would like to do a free health check, make it to the venue. And if you'd like to participate in our charity visit as well, please show up. And on Thursday, we have a special, exciting event for New Weeks. And there's a New Weeks induction program for everyone who is a New Week. And if you're a New Week in the spirit as well, if you're a youth, you can join us and we'll have... Okay, yes. Oh, yes, of course. We're going to have a special photograph. The panelists, please stay behind. All panelists. Let's have a picture for exclusively panelists, please. Yes, and then on Friday, of course, is our final dinner. But ladies and gentlemen, please, I will take this part of the event as personal as possible because we want to show appreciation to some distinguished gentlemen that have made this event the success that it is. They'll be giving the closing remarks. So please, as I call them up, I want you to put your hands together as well as you have, better than you ever have for this distinguished person. So first of all, I will be calling upon the chairman of the Law Week Planning Committee in the person of distinguished Leonard Silk, Mr. Wale Adeshokon. Please put your hands together for him as he does the first. Okay, oh wow, okay, that is incredible. So I suppose behind him can be the committee of of the Law Week. Okay, but okay, very well then. I suppose you will join him later. Welcome, sir.
Is this yours? Good afternoon, gentlemen. We look forward to it with some apprehension, and we have ended it so happily. I think before I say anything, I need my committee members to come, led by the Faculty and Programs Committee. Please, committee members, I need to have you here. The people who have put this together, faculty, socials, budgets, please come quickly. We don't have time. We have to release our colleagues. These are the people who have put this together. We have spoken gently. We have shouted on one another. And here we are. Publicity, media. These are the people who have made it possible. Of course, we couldn't have done it without the support of our indefatigable MBA Lagos branch chair, Mr. Ike Uwana. We thank you. And his ESCO members. We will try and put together summaries of the various sessions that we have done, and we'll see how we can make it available on the MBA Lagos website and if possible, I'm sure Mr. Mike Igini would like to have the summary of this last session disseminated as widely as possible. The MBA program continues. The MBA Law Week program continues tomorrow. We have Elders Night, and elders are being invited. Elders Night tomorrow is strictly by invitation to the elders. So, but tomorrow we're going to have a check here on the first floor. So members should take advantage to come and check their numbers. 9 a.m. I'm told. We also hope to go to Ikoyi Correctional Facility Center and the Mercy Children's Hospital to make some donations. So members that like to go with us, we want to leave here at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. And then, on Thursday, the New Week Induction Committee will take the floor. They will add some career talk to it. They will induct the new weeks on Thursday. And then, on Friday, we're going to have a closing party. A closing party that you better not miss. Okay, it is tagged. What's the theme? Please, shed a bit of light to that party.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a Hawaiian-themed party, so we expect that everyone comes dressed colorful. What did you say? Dressed colorful. We have gifts for the best dressed. And, of course, colorful and decent. We're all lawyers, so we have a lot of gifts. If you've not bought your raffle ticket, I suggest you don't miss that.
Strongly suggest. We
have amazing gifts to be won. The ushers are around. The gifts, we have $1,000. We have spa dates. We have weekend getaway. We have iPhone 13. We have smartwatch. So many gifts. Smart TV, so many gifts. Buy as many raffle tickets as you can buy. The ushers are there. We have a special guest artist. We don't want to give out all the details, so make sure you're there. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the time. God bless you all.
They should have taken a photograph of us now. Chairman, committee. Please, let's wait and check.
Please, a round of applause for them. If you're a member of the Law Week Planning Committee and you're not yet here, please join them. Join them. Please, a round of applause. They've done exceptionally well. And if you look around the hall, you'll find that we still have a lot of participants here. Please, a round of applause to each and every one of us. It is very, very unusual that on the second day of our Law Week that we have this number of persons still sitting. And I think each and every one deserves credit for being a good participant at this Law Week. If we had these great committee members, the great panelists we had, and we didn't have a good number of you coming around, I know it would not have been the same. So thank you very much for being part of the success of the 2022 Law Week. And just to say on behalf of the A School, I'm sure that when they bring their report, we're expecting them to bring their report to the House, that we're grateful to them for the work so well done so far. We know it's not yet over. They still have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Like they say, tomorrow you have the health check. So please come and check yourself. Let's make sure that everything is in order. On Thursday, we have the career fair. Let's ensure that we are part of the career fair on Thursday and the party on Friday. Please, a round of applause to them. And with this, we'll be closing the plenary sessions of the Law Week. Thank you very much for being part of the success of the 2022 Law Week. And please fill the Google forms that are going around. Let's get feedback. The idea is let's keep improving. Thank you very much, each and every one of you who have sacrificed. They have actually sacrificed so much to make this program a success. Please, a round of applause once again for them. Thank you, everyone. We are very grateful for your participation in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shah. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Please, as you take your leave, remember that we still have raffle tickets on sale. Obtain our raffle tickets for the chance to win in our raffle draw on Friday. We have exciting prizes. And please remember, if you're a new week, our event is on Thursday. Thank you very much for coming. It has been a pleasure to speak with you. My name is David Akindolire. Thank you very much for coming.
ready and I'm riding. When I come around, they ain't shotted. Like I want a key to the garden. So I put it up and I lied it. Tell me how you like it. Got me on the wheel, I'ma drive it. But they wanna raise up the mileage. Well, I don't like to turn my back. It's all I work and give back. May I just try to day my lane. I got the gang behind now. Listen when they call my name. I found a voice within me. No man can curse what God has made. So I can take your pain when the dark is closing in. See, they want to love me now. When they try to take me down, we be flying off the ground. When the world is going out, when the earth is falling in. This is the mind, this is the line. This is the dawn, this is the way. I see the dream coming before me. I've been the one, don't have to say it. This is the vibe, don't need to fake it. Seeing the world, living beyond it. This is the key so I can save you. Well, I don't like to turn my back, so I work and give back. May I just try to day my lane. Got a gang behind now. Listen when they call my name. I found a voice within me. Now man can curse what God has made. So let me beat your pain when the dark is closing in. See, they want to love you now. When they try to take you down, we be flying off the ground. When the world is going out, when the earth is falling in. Yeah, it is getting cold. Their eyes are slowly closing. Their chest, they cannot hold me under the open sky.